Today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't. But let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it up one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, man, let's just go ahead and get it started. All right, guys, this is SET with SET Media, and I'm back with another one for y'all. All right, today we got a lot to get into. We got a pretty interesting exchange between Trump and the president of South Africa. Let's get right into that one, and we got a whole lot more coming up, guys. Let's make sure we sit back and double tap that screen and enjoy the show. All right, let's keep it going.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's a great honor to be with the president of South Africa, President Ramaphosa. And he is a man who is certainly in some circles really respected, other circles a little bit less respected, like all of us, in all fairness, like all of us.
We all like that.
We also have a few of my friends. Ernie Els, a great golfer. He's a truly great golfer. Retief Goosen, who's an other really, we call him really a great golfer too, Ernie, right? You two guys are fantastic. And we could add Gary to the group, Gary Player. What a group of golfers South Africa's had on
Yes.
There must be something in the water, right? Something good. These two guys are unbelievable.
It's the water set.
Yeah, Gary's Gary. And David Frost, also another one that I know is such a great one.
Indeed.
Was he as good a putter as they say, David? He's a putter. He's a putting machine, right?
Absolutely.
But he's another one. So something very good about South African golf, and golf is still doing great in South Africa. And they have young players, I hear, coming up that are going to be very good. But it's an honor to have you here, and my friend, it's an honor to have you, one of the greatest businessmen in South Africa and long beyond. Thank you for being here. It's very, very great honor. Appreciate it. So we're going to be discussing certain things. As you know, we have the G20 is going to South Africa. When is that going to be?
In November.
In November.
Thereafter, I hand over to you.
And yes, we have it next
You
year.
originated the G20, so I'll hand over the baton to you,
Right.
and then you lead the
That's
G20.
right. We're going to have it.
Yeah.
We're going to have it the following
Yeah.
year.
Yeah.
So we'll be discussing many things, and some of the things you've been reading about in the papers
Yes.
and the media. And I would say that, look, the president is.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, it has been reported for about, I believe, a year or two that there has been a so-called genocide going on in South Africa, where there's a group of, well, a radical group of Africans, South Africans, who are going after the white South Africans and taking their land. And, well, beheading them is what was been told.
A truly respected man in many, many circles, and in some circles he's considered a little controversial. But we're going to be discussing some of the things that are taking place in South Africa and see if we can help. And we want to help. And we've had a long relationship with South Africa. I have, because indirectly I have so many friends that live there. I have a lot of friends. I mean, these are famous guys, but I have a lot of friends that live there that are tremendous people. And we'll be discussing that. We'll have a nice conversation. And I really appreciate that you guys came along. It really helps us in our thought process. But it is a great honor to have you, and I appreciate you called. He called. I don't know where he got my number, but I picked up. He said, "I want to come over and see you." And that was my honor.
Which was probably the worst mistake of his political career. I mean, this guy here is just corruption out the ass. The fact that this guy was letting this go down, trust me, he was the one saying that it was okay for these people to go over there and take these people's land. Now, I would say those of you who think that's okay, like I said, please have the same, please be consistent in your belief of you don't think that other people should just run on other people's land and occupy it. I mean, I'm talking to my pro-Palestinian people.
Thank you very much for being here.
You're most welcome. Most welcome. Well, thank you very much for welcoming us to this reformed White House. I've been here before, and it looks really fantastic. I must congratulate you. But I also thank you for allowing our delegation. This is a very mixed delegation that you've got. We've got people from government, my ministers. I've got someone from the trade union movement who we really collaborate with, and from business as well, and our sporting legends. When I spoke to you, you said, yes, come along and bring Gary Player, bring Annie else, and Retief Goosen. I brought the two of them. Gary Player, I spoke to him, and he said, look, I'm getting rather on in my years, but wishes us luck in this discussion with you. So it's a real joy. And I'd also like to thank you for allowing your people to start discussions with us at the trade level. I mean, we are essentially here to reset the relationship between the United States and South Africa. We are long-standing partners in many, many ways. We've collaborated in many fields, in space issues, in energy, and in trade. And we therefore need to reset that, particularly in the light of some of the announcements that you made on trade and investment. So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging. And we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks.
And I mean, it would be beneficial. They do hold a lot of, I guess, resources like, minerals like copper, iron, gold, and lithium, as well as a significant oil and natural gas reserve. I mean, this is all residing in South Africa. So, it wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't be bad for us. But here's the thing, though. That doesn't mean we're just going to look past the whole, unaliving of white people just because. Like, yes, we're not going to look past you guys beheading white people because you want to offer us resources and business. Like, that's not how this is going to work.
And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries. We've got about 22 companies from South Africa that have invested in the US. That's creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor to peace processes that are going on around the world. And of course, we want to discuss how we can support each other. You are a much bigger economy than we are. We're just a tiny economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity and the products that we buy from you, as well as what we sell to you, I believe makes up a really good and powerful relationship, which we need to strengthen, which we need to engender. And that is really what has brought us here. And we are really privileged to have, great South Africans in the mix. As you said, you'd like to see them as well. And I brought you a really fantastic golf book. Weighs 14 kilograms.
This man is wild. He's really trying to sell the president like, look, man, just let me go ahead and discriminate against these white people. And I'll go ahead and we'll make sure, I'll give you this nice little golf book. I'll give you access to our rare earth minerals. Just let us steal land from white people. Wild.
Oh, and it showcases the golf courses in our country. Johann Rupert wrote preface, so did Annie else. And I want to showcase our golf courses. You might remember when I spoke to you and we spoke about golf, you said I should start practicing. And I've started practicing, President. So I'm ready. But let me end just the introductory remarks by thanking you. You may not recall that 5 years ago I spoke to you during the COVID period. Right. And it was at a time when the whole world was going through a really cathartic moment. Right. And we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist us with respirators, and you kept to your word, and you delivered respirators to us. We didn't have as many in our country, and it really helped to help us deal with COVID. So I'm here also to say thank you and to thank the people of America for having helped us during a really difficult time. Being this small.
Guys, let's make sure we double tap the screen and like the video. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Appreciate the support, by the way. But it is pretty outrageous how this man is talking about, you know what? We did accept help from you white Americans just to turn around and, pretty much bully white African American or white South African Americans or Afrikaners out of their land. So here's pretty much the background story on what's really going on and understanding the claim of what's going on there. Now, this claim of this whole South African genocide is the claim suggests that there is a deliberate and systematic effort to target and kill white farmers in South Africa, motivated by racial hatred on the basis of reparations.
Small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world. And you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We sent 150 respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we sent 150, and I appreciated the letter. You wrote me a letter, and
that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that. It really touched my heart after I spoke to you and you delivered.
It's a great honor.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, we welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their...
Because, these white Afrikaners can, assimilate into our society way better than I would say these Afghanistans, these guys from these Arab countries. Actually, did you see how that worked out for the UK? What's the UK dealing with? They're dealing with a whole bunch of Pakistani men raping their women. So, where are you going with this, my friend? Is it wrong to sit there and try to get people over here who are being persecuted against and put them over here in the land that they respect and that they can align with, seeing that they're also white and Christian? I'm just saying, it's way better than bringing over Muslims. I'm just saying, logically speaking here.
Protective status revoked.
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today.
Yes, sir.
When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border.
Exactly.
Totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many
And that's what I'm saying. Is like you have no complaints of the illegals that came over here without going through the system, but these people go through the system, and you're mad that they're over here. And why? Because they're white. So it's like, bro, what? The Dems are now the anti-white party now? Like, what's going on here, guys?
cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from street gangs. They're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can. And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela. Just won that today in the Supreme Court. I'm happy to hear. But we do have a lot of people are very concerned with regard to South Africa, and that's really the purpose of the meeting, and we'll see how that turns out. But we have many people that feel they're being persecuted, and they're coming to the United States. So we take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on. And we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that, because I know you don't want that. It's a kind of a different meeting. Normally we have meetings, we talk about trade, and we'll be talking about trade and other things. But that certainly will be a subject that comes up. Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah,
Brian?
Thank you very much. I'd like to get your thoughts on Letitia James, Director Polte. According to him, Letitia James says that the alleged mortgage fraud was simply a mistake. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her.
I mean, well, why couldn't Trump say that? I mean, you know, guys, when I accidentally misvalued that, it was a mistake. And, you know, it was just some guy who just was there, and he just accidentally misvalued the property. Yeah, well, Trump couldn't say that. So no, Letitia James, no. You can go ahead and try to prove that one in court.
Husband in order, and this is very similar to, I guess, the false attacks they had on you.
Well, I don't know what it is currently, but Letitia James, who's the Attorney General of New York State, it seemed, I'm not involved in that at all. I know that it's being handled by various groups, I guess, but it's major fraud, mortgage documents, and fraudulent everything. Yeah, I think she said the father was her husband, which she had to have a husband, or so she chose her father, and she put it down, and she had
a little sick.
Didn't she sign in Virginia? Yet she said she lived in Virginia. Yet she's the New York State Attorney General, and she did that for tax reasons, so she could take advantage of taxes. And she had the wrong number of units. She had a much different number, which wouldn't have allowed her to qualify and scam the government. So I don't know. I think she's very bad for New York, but I really don't know too much about it. But I appreciate the question. Thank you very much. Yes.
Mr. President, what's the for you to be convinced that there's no genocide?
I mean, a dem avoiding taxes. I mean, it's absolutely hilarious.
Thank you, Mr. President. So May 25th will be the celebration of Africa Day, which pretty much a lot of celebration will be taking place around the world, including here in the United States. What is your message to the entire African continent, African people in this important occasion?
Well, I want to see peace, and I want to see happiness. I want to see health, and you have incredible land. There's tremendous value. A lot of countries don't have that value in the land. The value you have. We have a situation. I think you probably heard about it. We've done, through some very talented people, helped settle a war that's been raging for years. Rwanda and the Congo, and I think we've done it. Believe it or not, I think we've done it. And could you just say a few words about that, my friend?
Yes, a couple of weeks ago we signed.
Now, because this is actually a big, because here's the thing: there has been something going on in the Republic or the Democratic Republic of Congo, and yes, those are two different countries. Yes, they are. I know, right? Crazy, but yes, in one of those countries, there was a huge conflict going on that was getting in the way of a major mineral trade deal with these guys. And it would really help out our tech sector to get this trade deal with, I believe it's the Republic or the Democratic Republic of Congo. So yes, this is really big if they actually resolve the situation in that country to where they can actually make a trade deal, and they make sure there's no, I don't know, terrorist force or civil war that breaks out that gets in the way of business.
Say a few words about that, my friend.
Yes, a couple of weeks ago we signed. The two parties signed the Declaration of Principles, in which they've agreed on the way forward, and they have both submitted their draft peace agreements, and we have put together one that incorporates both of their suggestions, and we've given it to them. So we're in the process of finalizing.
Looking good, right?
Looking very good.
We have to thank you for even those efforts, because the African continent, particularly SADC, our Southern African Development Community, has for years been seeking to foster peace in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. So all efforts, including those from outside the continent and inside the continent, are really worthwhile. We are removing our troops.
Yeah, but let me break it down for you, because it says in April 2025, Congo and Rwanda signed a U.S. brokerage agreement in Washington admin to end the violence in Eastern Congo. The agreement commits to both nations to draft a peace deal by May 2nd, which means it already happened, and to refrain from supporting armed groups and explore joint security coordinations to combat armed groups and criminal organizations. The agreement also envisions significant U.S. investment and the region's mineral resources like titanium and gold. So pretty much you worked out a peace deal along with a minerals deal all in one. I mean, dang, shout out Trump. I got to give it to him. I mean, peace while making a deal. Why not?
From there, so that peace can then prevail in that whole area. And we hope that with the support of the international community, we will really have peace in that area. It's so vital, it's so important for the whole region.
Well, we sent our people there, and I think we did a very good job, as headed by my friend, and that was great. That was great. I mean, I'm just hearing phenomenal reports, because all I'm hearing is death, and they're chopping heads off, and it's horrible over there. And it was really brave of you to go there, and I really appreciate it. And it looks like we have something very, very substantial. We also talked about trade with them in terms of rare earth and all, but really more for it's like if you take a look at what we just did with Pakistan and India, we settled that whole thing, and I think I settled it through trade. We're doing a big deal with India. We're doing a big deal with Pakistan. And I said, what are you guys doing? Somebody had to be the last one to shoot. But the shooting was getting worse and worse, bigger and bigger, deeper and deeper into the countries. And we spoke to them, and
and God, we got 400 plus y'all in here, man. Do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, or hit the 3 dots up there in the corner to like and subscribe to the channel, guys. All right, let's keep it going.
I think I hate to say we got it settled, and then 2 days later, something happens, and they say it's Trump's fault. But Pakistan has got some excellent people and some really good, a great leader. And India is my friend, Modi. And he's a
mutual friend.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And I called them both, and we just did something good. We're trying to settle Russia, Ukraine. We spoke with President Putin for 2.5 hours the day before yesterday. I think we made a lot of progress, but that's a bloodbath. 5,000 people are being killed a week, 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in cities and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's Ukraine and it's Russia.
Yeah.
But
And here's the thing: there's some like lunatics in Congress who think we should just keep on throwing money and weapons into there, just let the Ukrainian people grind themselves out of existence, and then we're gonna blame Russia, even though we were just supporting it the entire time.
We can save 5,000 souls. We'll do it. We're pretty good at it. But that's a bad situation. That is a really bad situation.
Well, you'd recall when President Zelensky was coming to South Africa, that's when I spoke to you.
That's right.
We both agreed that we need to push the peace message so that there can really be peace. And we've been involved in the Ukraine-Russia conflict for quite a while through my Minister of State Security here. We've been dealing with them, the exchange of children who were taken away, going through names and addresses and all that. So we've been invested in that whole process as well. And the moves that you're making are fully supported by us because we would like to see the end of that war.
True. I called Zelensky and they said, he's in South Africa. I said, what the hell is he doing in South Africa?
He was talking to us.
We got this thing. I said, that's a strange one. I said, what are you doing in South Africa?
Yes.
That's a strange one.
He's trying to make peace. But we taking him, we were lucky because we had the great Nelson Mandela who taught us how to create peace, to make peace. So we were imparting some of those lessons to him, some of those learnings. And I specifically mentioned to him that this is how Nelson Mandela taught us, that when you want to have a peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that.
I mean, shoot, did you peacefully talk to those farmers before you just gave up their land to a radical party? Like, did you do any of that?
But when it's there's a lot of hatred, there's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
I get
unfortunately.
I get the satellite.
He's like, shout out to my man Fox Chase. He's pretty much coming in with, gonna start calling that chair next to Trump the hot seat. You sit there, you get ready to answer questions. Yeah, low key. You sit there, you get ready to answer questions, and then Trump comes around and just schools your ass. Like, it is absolutely hilarious how Trump is like setting him up for like, well, honestly, the biggest smear ever. He's like, oh, okay, peace. Okay, you talking about peace. Oh, you say that genocide ain't real. Okay. Trust me, I got some videos to show y'all as well.
Pictures of that field, of that killing field. Mm-hmm. You never saw anything like it in your life. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing that goes on, but I think we've made big progress.
Yeah,
please go ahead. No, not you. Right here. He's from South Africa. Go ahead, please.
What are you expecting on the ICJ case? Are you expecting South Africa to drop that? Is that what you're trying to raise?
On which case?
The ICJ case against Israel, International Criminal Court.
I don't expect anything, to be honest. I really don't. I don't know. It's they've got a case. There's a lot of anger there. Tremendous.
I mean, the ICC couldn't even do nothing to this man. So at this point, I'm wondering who really can. The only person who can stop Israel is the USA. Okay, that's the only people who can stop Israel. Sadly, and it doesn't look like we're really too interested in doing so. Like, the ICC, the International Criminal Court, couldn't pull this man's coattail, or pull this man by his collar. What makes you think any of you guys can? It's only us. It's only us.
This anger. I don't expect anything. We'll see what happens. We'll have a ruling, and who knows what the ruling is going to mean. Yeah.
On that subject of Gaza, Mr. President, are you going to be speaking to Prime Minister Netanyahu about Israel's renewed offensive there? There's been a lot of concern from European countries. The Pope has expressed concern. Are you going to be asking Prime Minister Netanyahu to tone down the offensive in Gaza, to let more aid in?
Was that a question or a statement?
I'm not even going to lie, though. Israel is making us look bad. I mean, they've been making it look bad for a minute, but now it's becoming more and more, noticeable. So it would be smart for Trump to kind of, just like he did with Saudi Arabia and Qatar, kind of push Israel to the side and kind of let things happen. Kind of like, just like he did with the hostage deal, he pushed Israel to the side to get Hamas to the table, and he made things happen. So it seem like things in the Middle East, or peace in the Middle East, tend to get on a pause when you involve Israel for some strange reason. Strange, huh?
David.
Basic question.
This guy's, you never change.
Mr. President, decide what will it take from you for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him. No,
I'd
seriously.
rather have him answer.
You know, I'd rather answer that. It will be.
Our president will respond to you.
Yeah, let me.
Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the around the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it'll take him, President Trump, listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it.
Sure.
And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and that. Is Natalie here? Somebody here to turn that? I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to.
Yeah, sure.
We have, let me see the articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down. Turn the lights down.
Yeah, this was
And
things
just
got
put
wild.
this on, it's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do with or without you.
So if we want to go ahead and get the full context of this video, I got you guys. Don't worry. Right here. This is what you guys are pretty much, supporting and want to send these guys back to. Remember this.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do with or without you. People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yes. South African occupy land. That's who we are.
Honorable member,
want to do,
Speaker,
you can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable. Yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. To kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer.
I mean, before I continue in this, complete, expose, yeah, is there anything that you Dems want to say? Do you might want to apologize to these white Afrikaners that you kind of didn't really know their situation at all? No, you didn't. You just went off of the outrage of liberal media telling you that, oh, Trump just wanted to put it in white people. They don't have no real thing going on. There's not a complete party or a crowd of freaking people chanting to kill them. That's not going on. Okay, then.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer.
This is an entire party in South Africa who has this belief. So could you imagine, the Republicans, the Democrats having a whole belief, let's say on, black people reparations. And we're over here saying that, yeah, we're just about to walk up to every white farmer and just take their land. Like, period, point blank. And if you resist, we will kill you. Like, could you imagine a thing going down here in America? Would you be okay with that?
Shoot to kill. Yamaza. Kill the poor. The farmer. Kill the poor. The farmer. Brr, pa. Pa. Brr, pa. Pa.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we've not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand.
Yo, he said we have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. Do you not see where this is going, guys? Like I said, the liberal media literally spun this as a race baiting thing. They race baited you guys into ignoring their problem. There's literally a party out there that has a movement based on taking their land and killing them. Period, point blank. This is the facts.
Somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies.
Go. Shoot the broad white farmer. We're going to shoot him with a machine gun. And then they're going to run. We're going to shoot them. And they are going to run.
Who will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
It's so funny though. Like, look, there's some Dems in here that's still pretty much no, send them back to be slaughtered. Like I said, have you seen what the libs have turned these people into? This is straight up racism. Now this is anti-white. Now you guys look stupid. They use the whole race baiting tactic to pretty much put a blanket over their entire situation. That is the problem that's going on today with the Liberal Party. Instead of actually looking into the problem, they want to sit there and try to make a political or try to put a political spin on it. What? All right, then. So he pretty much says in this, he says each cross in this long ass street, each cross represents a white farmer who was murdered in South Africa. And some people still deny that white South African Boers are persecuted and say they don't deserve asylum because they are white. Yeah, like I said, yeah, look, y'all guys looking a little racist right now. I ain't gonna lie. Like I'm gonna be real with you guys. You kind of sounding like my man's right now. You feel me? Like right now, being racist.
That nigga is guilty.
Like right now.
Oh, yeah. There's powerful niggardry at work here.
It's like, dang. And then some of y'all are white too. It's like y'all the Uncle Ruckus of white people. I never thought I'd see today. That long ass line. Each and every cross is a innocent life, an innocent farmer life who him and his family, by the way. So yes, the owner of the farmer and their family pretty much are dying. This is what's going on, guys. And like I said, you guys just wanted to what? Race bait? Like for real? Like I said, though, this is what the Dems do. This is what the Liberal Party do. You put blanket over a situation to go ahead and run a political narrative on it. I mean, you did the same thing with the Venezuelans in Colorado, did the same thing with the Haitians in Ohio. But yeah, I mean, this is what you guys do. You literally put a blanket over big situations that are truly hurting people so you can spin a political narrative. God, hey.
Oh shit!
I mean, goes on for miles and miles and miles. And that's not a genocide? I don't know, guys. I don't know if this is what you guys want to be standing on right now. Like, you sure this is what you guys want to stand on, right? I've been told you guys since the beginning, you might want to back off this Dems because it's looking a little racist. But all right, let's get into it.
People are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care.
He's like, no. Sit down and watch.
You can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land. Yes. South African occupy land. That's who we are. Honorable member, can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament? Honorable. Yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer.
The poor, the white farmer.
The mayor of DA in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Bruh. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness. It's like that. Shoot, kill, Yamasa, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer.
I mean,
shoot to kill, Yamasa.
But
and those cars aren't driving. They're stopped there to pay respects to their family member who's killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it.
Me neither.
Both sides of the road, you have crosses.
And each cross represents a dead farmer. It represents a dead farmer. And yeah, I did see that. Bro didn't even look. He's like, "Set, go back a few seconds and watch." The African president won't even look at the TV. Can't face his lies. Bro, he was literally looking. Now he looking now. But during the whole time, he was literally pretty much looking at Trump like, "Yo, what is this about? Like, hold on, dog. Hold on. You put me on Front Street here." It's like what? Did you not know this was going down? Did you not know there were huge crowds of people pretty much saying that they want to go out there and kill white people? Did you not see that? Those were pretty big rallies, bro. I mean, can you imagine if we ever held rallies like that in America? Trust me, it'd be on front page news and everybody know about it.
Stopped there to pay respects to their family member who's killed. And it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides of the road, you have crosses.
You looking now?
Those people are all killed.
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President? No, I'd like to know where that is, because this I've never seen.
Really?
Okay.
I mean, it's in South Africa.
You need to find out.
You need to find out. What do you mean? Where is this? Like, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the crowds of people chanting "kill the white people"? Or are you talking about the rows of crosses laid out to represent each and every white farmer that's been killed? Which one haven't you seen, my friend? Like, please explain to me.
I don't know. No. Okay.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced that it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One. Perhaps
What are you talking about?
Can we have a South African question?
Whoa. It's so funny how the press just try to run off. Hey, no. You guys just sat there and ran a whole lie about these white people that came over from South Africa who was literally being hunted. You guys ran a lie saying that it was unfounded. The president literally sat there and showed you guys proof, and then immediately on the second, okay, so President, you want to talk about the Qatari jet? Son of a disingenuous bastards. There's no way they tried to pull that.
Mr. President,
the Pentagon's first.
What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw.
Oh,
you are a real, you're a terrible reporter.
You're a terrible
Number
bro.
one,
That was absolutely, I'm not even gonna lie, that was disgusting. Like, you just pretty much sat there and saw the actual proof that there is a group of people, a radical group in Africa that is literally chanting, we're gonna go out there, we're gonna hunt white people, literally singing about shooting white people. Come on, where's the defense on that? Oh, you can't. So let's talk about the Qatari jet. Absolutely disrespectful to these people suffering. Like I said, it'll throw a blanket over a problem to try to win a political narrative. It's insane.
You don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to
for
go
real.
into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing, they also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back. You ought to go back to your studio at NBC, because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions for me. Go ahead.
And shout out to my man Fox. He said African president thought he was going to kiss Trump's ass and get some money, then talk shit about him. Exactly. But no, he ended up getting exposed, and then the liberal media had nothing to say. I thought the liberal media would at least sat there and been like, you know what? I'm being real with you, bro. All right, look, we defended you guys, but now we got to ask you questions. No, they completely ignored everything they just saw, all the evidence they just saw there on that screen, and they just said, you know what? So you want to talk about the Qatari jet? Bro, really?
Go ahead, talk about that.
Please may we have a South
His
African
name is
question,
Peter
Mr.
something.
President
He's
Trump?
a terrible
If they're
reporter.
committing genocide, why invite them to the White House? I'll be quiet. Sure, that's my question now.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Annika Larson from ENCA in South Africa. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you very
hosting
much.
us. What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation
I
that
don't
we've just
know.
seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death. Horrible death. Death.
Yep.
I don't know.
But you know that there
Pick
are black
anyone.
people who are
White
dying
South
the most.
Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all, I mean, I'll give these to you. So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couple say that they were attacked violently.
When will you go and see for yourself if it is?
Well, I could do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. These are all white farmers that are being buried.
President Trump.
And he asks about a jet.
Even when you show them proof, they want to sit there and deny it. They want to sit there and try to gaslight you. This is disrespectful. This is, at this point, I mean, we're reaching a certain point of anti-white kind of racism, or they just want to keep this political narrative because they just stood so strong on it. Like, oh, Trump trying to make America white again. But no, we're just trying to save these, well, it's just so happen to be white people from a very terrible situation that they're going through in South Africa.
That was given.
My first question
You
is
ought to
about
be ashamed.
We're not
Africans.
interested in the
You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter.
If they're committing genocide, why invite them? Sir, if they are committing genocide, why invite the South Africans to the White House?
May I finish, please, President Trump? Mr. President
This
Trump,
is
may I
one
finish?
after another. This family was wiped out. I'm just looking.
Can we get a report from President
Can you give us
Ramaphosa?
your reaction to those videos, Mr. President?
President Trump, could you?
Well, I think the videos are so.
No.
No, when you look at the videos, I mean, how does it get worse? And these are people that are officials, and they're saying that kill the white farmer and take their land.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And I have other friends in South Africa.
I mean, do y'all want me to play the video again? Like for those of you who just came in, do I need to play it again? Because I got y'all.
People that left, one in particular that says you can't go there. He said they want to take your land, they take your land and they kill you. It's okay, and they say it's okay to do. Now, we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous, look, this is story recent. These are all people that recently got killed.
Yep. Reported by the news, but ignored by mainstream media. I mean, yeah, people are reporting on it, but for some reason it's being ignored by, well, mainstream media. Actually, they want to kind of frame it as, oh, Trump's being racist and you want to kick out the gang members, but you want to let in the innocent white people. It's like, I mean, y'all picked quite the situation to kind of spin into a racist to a race bait. It's like, I can't stand you them sometimes. It's like, I have love for y'all since y'all fellow Americans, but sometimes y'all just do stuff that is outright despicable.
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do.
So pretty much he's saying that, yeah, we don't care what you guys say. We're going to go and take this white land from the white people. And they're saying this in South African court, saying it right in front of these guys, saying it right in front of the officials, and they have not been rounded up. They have not been imprisoned or nothing. Actually, they've been allowed to carry out their radical ideas. You see where we're going with this now? All right, let's keep it going.
Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land.
Yes.
South African occupy land. That's who we are.
Honorable member,
you want to do, you can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable, yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill.
And this guy right here was the same guy that was literally singing a song about shooting white people. And he's one of their, well, honestly, one of their, well, I guess highly established officials. He's one of those guys who's up there.
Yes, honorable member.
Must never be scared to kill. A revolution demands that at some point there must be killing, because the killing is part of a revolutionary act.
Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa, pa. To kill, Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer.
The mayor of
Guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way, guys. But yes, make sure we double tap the screen, hit the 3 dots to like and subscribe to the channel. And like I said, Dems, is your excuse at this point? Like, you want to sit here and just ignore the facts? Because this is a radical party in South Africa that they're allowing them to do this. It all lines up. What else do you guys want? Like, it's absolutely crazy how you wanted to race bait this.
in PE is a white man. So these people, when you want to hit them hard, go after a white man. They feel a terrible pain because you have touched a white man. Not because Mashaba and Soli will not be touched. They will be touched, don't worry. But we are starting with this whiteness. We are cutting the throat of whiteness.
Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa. Shoot to kill. Yamasa. Kill the poor, the farmer. Kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa.
I know, right, bro? Savakti said Democrats can only come out with what about it? Well, what about the slavery and all that? I mean, so you're telling me it's okay to send these white people to their death because of what? Slavery? Like, because of what? He's like, that's why you guys sound racist, because it's because they're white people. You want this to happen to them. If these were African people, you would be okay with them coming over here. If they was Hispanic, you'd be okay with them coming over here. If the races were switched, you'd be asking us to damn near bomb South Africa. So let's be honest, you guys just hate white people. Like, I do not get why. Some of you are white yourselves. Would you not understand how they race baited you against your own kind?
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we've not called for the killing of white people, at least for now.
We have not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I want y'all to hear that.
I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm saying to you, we've not called for the killing of white people, at least for now. I can't guarantee the future.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd understand somebody watching that, especially as it gets shared on Twitter, they freak out. It sounds like a genocidal call.
Cry babies.
Yeah. Whoa.
Cry babies.
He pretty much said this. You are a white man. We are going to hit them. And you are going to run. Shoot the white farmer. We are going to hit them. You are going to run. And they're dancing. We're going to shoot them with the machine gun. They are going to run. Remember, this was the same guy that was on that court. Same guy that was listening to these guys out and hearing them out on that court. The same guy out here singing this song about shooting white people. We're going to shoot them. They are going to run.
We will expropriate land without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
And then I believe you guys already seen this part, but I want you guys to check this out as well, because this guy says he don't know anything about it. You know what? I don't know about that.
The question of land, the land of our forefathers and our foremothers must return to our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation. And it must happen now.
So the same South African president that said he don't know nothing about it is also saying that, we're going to take the land of our forefathers from these white people, and without any compensation, we're just going to force them off with no compensation. And he says, oh, I don't know what's going on. Okay.
They say it's okay to do. Now, we're going to talk about it, but this is a tremendous look.
Oh, and shout out to my man Fox Chase, said that guy is another Sharon. He loves the power and money and cares less about his own. Man, I mean, facts. Wow. It's wild what we're actually hearing out here. It's wild.
This is story recent. These are all people that recently got killed. Yeah. And I don't know how it can get any worse. These are and the men that you saw, the people that you saw in that movie, those are officials. Those are people that were in office.
Yeah.
They had one march. They had a dance in your parliament, whatever you may call it, legislature.
But let me clarify that.
Yeah.
Let me clarify that, because what you saw, the speeches that were being made, one, that is not government policy. We have a multi-party democracy in South Africa that allows people to express themselves, political parties to adhere to various policies, and in many...
Dog, this wouldn't even, what they're doing wouldn't even be protected under our freedom of speech. They're literally inciting violence, saying that they want to go out there and hurt people, and they're acting on it. No, this wouldn't even be protected under freedom of speech. And that's saying something.
In many cases, or in some cases, those policies do not go along with government policy. Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
take land. And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
Yeah.
There is quite
They're bragging about it, dog. They're dancing about it. What do you mean? Like, how are you gonna spin this, my man?
Nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers aren't black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they tell me.
And what you mean, bro? Specifically said we're going after white people. He didn't say black farmers. He said the white farmer. Nobody else but them is catching the smoke from this party.
To pay respect to their loved ones that were killed, their heads chopped off, they died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it.
I mean, yeah, that was like I said, the most disrespectful thing ever. The most dishonest questioning he could have posed was literally sitting there after mainstream media sat there and said, oh, there's nothing going on in South Africa. They're not in danger. Trump just want to invite over white people and kick out minorities or people of color. When now that we show the proof that, yo, there's actually a case over there, they're actually being pretty much hunted down for their land. When we actually now prove that, this guy literally says, well, okay, well, now that I can't defend that, let's talk about the Qatari jet. Let's talk about that. Really, guys, are you serious? Like, this is not honest reporting. It's almost disingenuous. It is disingenuous. And it's really disrespectful to what's going on and to those people's problems.
But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this. Why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me, to the United States Air Force, so they could help us out because we need an Air Force One until that's Air Force One. It's being built, 2 of them being built. But Boeing's a little bit late, unfortunately. So why did they give us a plane to the United States Air Force? That's what that idiot talks about after viewing a thing where thousands of people are dead.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it.
No, wait.
I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay.
Hey,
but coming back
you know.
to this issue, which I really would like us to talk about, and talk about it very calmly. We were taught by Nelson Mandela that whenever there are problems, people need to sit down around a table and talk about them.
Well, there are
and this is precisely what we would also like to talk about, including, of course, trade matters, investment matters. So the issues that concern you as the United States,
those are all deaths.
Yeah, in many ways. I mean,
Nah, shuffle through them, G. No, please just shuffle through them for me because I'm pretty sure you know about this because you actually support the taking of their land. You support it, and you think that these people should get no compensation whatsoever. I mean, talk about criminal.
One should say you are a partner of South Africa, and you are raising concerns, and these are concerns that we are willing to talk to you about. Let me just add quickly, you know, the criminality that we are experiencing in our country needs quite a lot of technological capability. And in one of our areas in South Africa, we're using US technology, which is able to, in many ways, identify where shootings are happening and all that. And I'd like to talk about that because there is support that we can get from you as the United States to help us deal with all these acts of criminality. And that is what I believe partnership is all about. And we are here as a partner so that we can help each other whenever there are challenges. So I'd like us to discuss it. And of course,
What, you gonna let us come over there and lock up your people? No, dog. You gotta do that yourself. Like, we're not gonna. I mean, the gesture's nice, but I don't really think it's the wisest idea just to have military forces protecting South African farmland because you guys can't control your people and their radical ideology.
outside of the media, so that we sit down and have a really good discussion that will lead to good outcomes.
Are there any other further punitive measures that could be in place should you not be satisfied that South Africa is fixing some of the very bad things, in inverted commas, that you tweeted are happening?
Well, there are a lot of bad things happening in many countries, but this in particular has been very, very bad, and because of we're going to have the whole world watching in another short period of time because you have the G20, and that's a big deal. And it seems like, I mean, I want you to look good. I don't want you to look bad.
Very good.
But we have hundreds of people, thousands of people trying to come into our country because they feel they're going to be killed and their land is going to be confiscated. And you do have laws that were passed that gives you the right.
So crazy like this because the Dems, we all agree that Israel should not be doing what they're doing to the Palestinians. Like, we agree with that. So why can't you guys keep the same consistency with these South Afrikaners, with these white South African people? Keep that same consistency that no people should be hunted upon. No people should just be killed because of the color of their skin. Keep that same consistency. Like, at this point, I don't care how much you want to bring up the slave history. It doesn't matter in this situation. Sorry to tell you, stop being so emotional about it. Because there's never going to be a time where I'm just going to sit here and be like, well, these innocent civilians should just be slaughtered because, well, I don't know, slavery happened in another country that they're not even a part of.
Right to confiscate land for no payment. You can take away land for no payment.
I want to clarify that because we have a constitution. Our constitution guarantees and protects the sanctity of tenure.
Does it though? And shout out to my man Vladstein. It's crazy that Africa is thrown a continent that has had the most genocides in human history. I mean, yeah, they hold the throne in that one. I'll tell you that. And from across the land, from different people, especially what's going on in Sudan. But here's the main problem. Like I said, these people are literally being hunted after because, well, one, they're landowners, and two, because they're white. If they're black landowners, are pretty much saying, okay, that's cool. But what their gripe is, like pretty much what our FBA guys' gripe is. They want reparations, but they're doing the more extreme route because I guess they're the majority. And this is where, I mean, honestly, this is where democracy kind of fails sometimes, because this is where they say if a majority can kind of go against a minority, they're kind of taking away their individual rights. This is an example of that. The minority, which is this party, went against the majority, which is the white farmers, and took away their rights. And you guys are okay with that for some strange reason. And this is why I said we are blessed to live in a constitutional republic.
Land ownership. And that constitution protects all South Africans with regard to land ownership. However, we do say, because we've got to deal with the past, the government, and as your government also has the right to expropriate land for public use.
And you're doing that.
And we've never really gotten underway with that. And we are going to be doing
you're taking people's land away
we have not.
from them. And those people in many cases are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. Mm-hmm. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases, those people are being...
That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, Dems are the same people who sit there and say, Israel's taking Gaza's land away. They're trying to take Palestine. They're taking it. And I agree. So why can't y'all sit here and with this group of black people and say, yo, this is crazy. They're trying to take these white people's land and for no reason. Like, I don't agree. Just on the premise of what? Reparations that they haven't established through their courts. They're just going to take it and kill them for it. Like, yeah, please be consistent.
Being executed, and in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it; it's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them. But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country. They're also going to Australia in a smaller number, But we have thousands of people that want to come into our country, and they're white farmers, and they feel that they're going to die in South Africa, and it's a bad thing. Yeah, please.
What can South Africa do? What concessions would you like to see them make to improve relations with the United States? Then I have one more for
whatever it is, lock up that crazy ass party that they got over there that's literally chanting to kill white people. Yes, lock all of them up. I would tell them straight to his face. Yeah, you're gonna lock each and every one of them people up that we've seen on that TV. Lock their ass up and figure out which one was doing them killings. And if you don't, then trust me, we ain't gonna see no American deal. It's like you're tripping.
President Ramaphosa afterwards.
Well, you know, we just spoke about, I got them a very, very complex machine, 150 of them. And I was asked by the president if it could help, and I did that. And, you know, I have great feeling for all countries. I deal with all countries, but I have a great feeling for South Africa because I have friends. I have a couple of friends, a few friends here today, but I have many friends from South Africa. But many of those friends are not, they can't go back. I have Elon is from South Africa. I don't want to get Elon involved. That's all I have to do, get him into another thing. But Elon happens to be from South Africa. This is what Elon wanted. He actually came here on a different subject, sending rockets to Mars, okay? He likes that better. He likes that subject better. But Elon is from South Africa. And I don't want to talk to him about that. I don't think it's fair to him.
That's right.
But I will say that people are fleeing South Africa for their own safety. Their land is being confiscated, and in many cases, they're being killed. And that scene of, you see how many crosses they have. Those crosses, that's a dead person in every one of them. And those trucks or cars are paying their respects to all of those dead people on a Sunday morning. That's a rough thing to explain away. And the problem we have, and the way, you know, a correct and a fair media exposes things, but we have a very corrupt media. They won't even report this. If this were the other way around, it would be the biggest story. Now, I will say apartheid, terrible.
I said the same thing. I'm like, bro, if this was white people, group of white people going after black farmers, chanting about how we gonna kill the N-words with the hard R on it, you guys would lose y'all fucking mind. You would lose your minds. And y'all know this. So that's what I'm saying. Y'all not consistent in y'all outrage at this point. Because let it have been the other way around, bro. This would have been, this would have been all over the news. This would have been the problem going, bro. This would have probably damn near overshadowed what's going on in Gaza, to be quite honest with you. If this was a group of white people going out to kill African farmers, you guys would lose y'all effing minds. So like I said, you guys are not consistent, which means that this is not about the situation. This is about them being white, which making me think that the Dems have turned into an anti-white party.
That was the biggest threat. That was reported all the time. This is sort of the opposite of apartheid. What's happening now is never reported. Nobody knows about it. All we know is we're being inundated with people, with white farmers from South Africa. And it's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The numbers of people that want to leave South Africa because they feel they're going to be dead very soon. Yes,
I was going to say,
Brian,
if I could just ask you a question. 72% of farmers in your country are white. If they flee, do you feel that maybe the economy could collapse? You may not have a gap to fill in those people that need to replace those farmers.
You know, I'd like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address this very issue, including the question that you just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
And Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to candy coat that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too, they have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. Mkhonto Wesizwe under Mr. Zuma and the economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now, the reason that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 30 years of us exchanging barbs.
Yeah, we hearing you, dog, but they're doing what they want anyway. They're doing it anyway. So we're hearing you talk about, well, oh yeah, well, we keep them out of power. This is what we do, guys. This is unconstitutional for us, but it's still happening. And you're over here talking about, well, I don't know about it. I like, hold on, where's this street in South Africa that has all, where's this road that has all these crosses? Wait, who is this guy right here that's talking to a crowd of South Africans talking about killing white people? What's going on? And that is literally what their president is telling us. The South African president literally sat there and said, I do not know what's going on. Same man that was literally talking about taking land and not compensating people. Man, this guy.
Floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other. We've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government, because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hands.
I'm like, sir, did you not hear this man at the beginning of the video? He literally told you to your face that they're going to go ahead and attack these white people and take their land, and you can't stop them. That was the first part of the video. Do I need to go back to the first part of the video where this man literally said to their face, there's nothing you can do. You can't stop me. And he said it in the goddamn court right here. Like, what?
There's nothing you can do. There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land. We require no permission from you, from the president, from no one. We don't care. We can do whatever you want to do. Who are you to tell us whether we can occupy land or not? We are going to occupy land.
Yes.
South African occupy land. That's who we are.
Honorable member,
want to do. You can withdraw my membership from this useless parliament.
Honorable. Yes, honorable member.
Must never.
So yeah, he's talking that talk, but he just remember this is a that guy literally just told the entire court, I don't care. I'm gonna do what I want to do. And the fact that he ain't locked up for saying that is crazy.
Grow our economy.
If it's unconstitutional.
Shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future would be.
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh, yes. We've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely.
I'm crying, not. That is a banger comment. I'm not even gonna lie. He said they got the white man to get them out of this. Like, yeah, we need to bring a white man with us to explain how we literally just effed up. I mean, buddy, hopefully they're paying you well to talk against your own people. Hopefully they're paying you well.
Completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers. And then he danced, and he's dancing, and it's kill the white farmers. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if somebody got up in Parliament and started saying, kill a certain group of people, he would be arrested very quickly. That man is going all over South Africa, and that's not a small party. That was a stadium that holds 100,000 people, and I hardly saw an empty seat. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of representation. And those crosses, we have dead white people, dead white farmers, mostly. And you take a look at Australia, they're being inundated, and we're being inundated with people that want to get out. And their farm is valueless. It's valueless. And they just want to get out with their life. And this is a very serious situation. And if we had a real news or real press or media, We don't have that because they won't talk about this.
No, they won't.
Because they're all guys like that idiot. But if we had a real press, it would be exposed. And you know, the beauty of exposing it is it's like a cleansing action. When it gets exposed, it'll get fixed. That's when it'll get fixed. But people don't talk about it. And I'll tell you who's talking about the thousands of people that are fleeing South Africa right now.
We discussed USAID and the devastating impact the cuts are having across the African continent.
Yeah, well, it's devastating, and hopefully a lot of people are going to start spending a lot of money. And I've talked to other nations. We want them to chip in and spend money too. And we've spent a lot, and it's a tremendous problem going on in many countries. A lot of problems going on. The United States always gets the request for money. Nobody else helps, as you know. Europe doesn't help. Europe hasn't given anything. All they do is sue our companies. You know, they sue Apple, and they sue all of our companies. Apple had to pay $17 billion on a nonsense lawsuit. Very unfair. But we're going to always be there to help.
It's showing rise to South African broadcasting. If this Afrikaner resettlement issue is resolved, we're going to go into a room after this. You guys are going to talk. If it is resolved, what is the potential for the future-looking relationship?
It's fantastic. It's got to be resolved. It should be resolved. It's a little bit bad when you see a stadium with 100,000 people in it, because that means it's more than just a little movement. It's a pretty big movement in South Africa. So it has to be resolved. It'll be the end of the country if it's not resolved.
Potential for the relationship moving forward?
I hope so. That's why I'm here. I mean, I'm not here for my health. I'm here to see what we can do. No, I'd like to see. I have friends. I can tell you, Ernie Els and Retief Goosen, they feel so strongly they wanted to be here on behalf of South Africa, not on behalf of me. And, you know, they said, can we be here for this? Because they love the country. Ernie, do you guys want to say a couple of words or anything? I hate to put you in this. This is tougher than sinking a 3-footer. Which they have, and they've sank many 3-footers.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thanks for the honor of being here. We've known each other a long time. We have spoken. You know, we're proud South Africans. I still have my South African passport. You know, we travel with this passport, you know, and I got my visa here. So, you know, but we want to see things get better in our home country. And that's the bottom line. It's been 35 years since the transition. President Ramaphosa was right in the middle of the transition time, 1990, and before that. So it's been 35 years of ANC government, and I know there's a lot of anger, you know, through the transition. There was also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. You know, we grew up in the apartheid era, but I don't think two wrongs makes a right. You know, President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred, you know, and really unified our nation through sport. You know, we won the Rugby World Cup in the 95.
4 times.
We won the African Nations Cup, soccer. You know, we won some majors as golfers and so forth.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is, you know,
I mean, dog, you over here talking about sports, and we're talking about potential or the alleged genocide that's going on in your country. Like, where you going at? Where's this going?
This has been a long time coming. That's why we really wanted to meet you, meet the administration, and see our way forward, because we still want to see our country flourish. You know, we got some great things going on. Business is getting involved with government. Farmers are getting involved in local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally if we can have the US. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, up in Angola, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and get the change we need.
Where did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Sorry, Mr. President, if you had to wind all of those tapes properly, you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble-rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman. And look how he's changed.
Right.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching. And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, US basics, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York could be what it became. 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. We need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. Ernie is right now building a house in George. I'm building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Graaff-Reinet.
It's across the board, but yet you guys have brought no examples. All right, cool. Show me this is across the board, because like I said, I can step back. I can go ahead and admit that I'm wrong. Just show me that it's across the board, that black farmers, white farmers are both being killed alike. Because yeah, that radical group over there stood pretty strong on the white farmers part. So if you're saying it's across the board, I would hope that you guys are willing to show proof within a week or so. Across the board.
I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly, it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Vance many years ago, the Charlie Rose show. My wife loved his book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawless.
And shout out to my man Fox. He said, S.E.T has said the U.S. Okay, yeah, S.E.T has said us. We need your help to stop the killing, but it's in their laws now what they're doing. Exactly, it's like they need the U.S. help to stop the killing. I mean, oh yeah, we need the technology. We need drones and all this good stuff. I'm like, I don't know, bro. It sounds like you're trying to be more authoritarian than actually help the problem. I mean, if you really want to solve the problem, why don't you go lock up the leaders of the group who are preaching to kill white people, to kill white farmers? Like, why is that not part of your agenda? If you want to nip it in the butt and then you want to talk about, oh, it's across the board, it's across the board. Okay, cool. Prove that. Show me more black farmers who've been killed by this same radical group because of what? Them being farmers? Because he's trying to make it sound like it's not a race thing, that it is, oh, they're just going against the farmers. But that's not true, though. They're going against the white farmers.
Business will increase. I've again been against apartheid all my life, and I'm their number 1 target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir. Yeah. He marched on the farm.
But the crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare. Like your M33 or whatever, these guys. We've got equivalents there. But we need your help, sir.
This is admitting that.
And we need Elon technology.
Well, one of the real areas of support is
Lock
really
their ass up
investment.
as well. That
We've got
works.
to grow our economy, because through growing the economy, we're then able to create more jobs. Because crime really thrives where there is inequality and unemployment. And that is one of the reasons that has brought us here, to improve our investment relations, our trade relations, so that we can preserve the number of jobs that your companies have created in South Africa. By virtue of what we export to you, we are able to create up to 500,000 jobs in the auto industry, in the agricultural industry, and a number of other industries, mining, where we export things to you. And we also know that as South African companies invest here, you are also able to create jobs. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship. So our main real reason for being here is to foster trade and investment, so that we are able to grow our economy with your support, and so that we are also able to address all these societal problems, because criminality thrives when people are unemployed, when they have no other hope to eke out a living. So that is what we need to resolve. And your support, your partnership with us is what is really going to give us a strong capability to move forward.
Ricky, excuse me, do you have anything to say? I mean, I don't want to leave you out. You know, the guy won 3 or 4 majors. 3 or 4?
No, only 2.
2. That's a lot. By the way, 2's a lot. A lot of tournaments you won too. You have anything to say?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. President Ramaphosa. I grew up in an area in South Africa that is a farmland area, Polokwane.
Yeah.
And there is some issues up there. Obviously, my dad was a property developer as well as a part-time farmer. And yeah, some of these buddy farmers got killed. The farm is still going. My brothers run it, but it's a constant battle with farms they're trying to burn the farms down to chase you away. So it is a concern to try and make a living as a farmer. And at the end of the day, without farmers, there's no food on the plate. So we need the farmers to produce.
I mean, it's absolutely insane to you. They're taking out the farmers and they're burning the farmland, which is the crops, the food that they need to eat, to drive out the farmers. Like, wow, the logic there is not too strong, I guess.
Farming, right? He wouldn't do it. He wouldn't even want to do what you're doing, right? They love farming. They don't want to leave. But it's a struggle.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase, says every country literally on the tit of the U.S. taxpayer, doing nothing with that money good, but living their best lives. Y'all should be sick of it. I mean, honestly, quite honestly.
Yeah, and food and fresh water is the most important thing in life. Without those two things, you can't survive.
How is the water there?
The water is great. Obviously, all the water comes out of the borehole.
But Fox Chase, you know how them Dems are gonna spin it though. Oh, well, if we don't waste thousands, or if we don't waste billions of dollars on humanitarian effort, then China's gonna step up and do it, and they're gonna win the diplomatic war out there. I mean, diplomatic war. Whoa. So what? We're telling me we're in a competition with China to see who can help the most people? Like what? So you can throw the money, who can throw the most money at the most people to try to help their problems that they don't want to try to solve for themselves, really.
Out of ground for us.
Okay.
But yeah, it is a battle to get the water out sometimes when all the equipment gets stolen all the time that you're trying to get the
So
water
does
out.
your family and your brother, do they feel safe on the farm?
They live behind electric fences, try and be at night safe. But it is constant whenever you leave that something could happen. And
there's nowhere to live.
Both of them has been attacked in their houses. My mom's been attacked in the house when she was 80. So it is difficult, but you know, the guys live a great life despite everything going on.
Something.
President Trump, I brought along the president of the largest trade union in our country, Ziggy Solosi, because she leads many, many workers, more than 1 million, 2 million workers.
Shout out to my man Fox Chase, man. Appreciate the support, dog. So let me go ahead and do that. Shout out. And shout out Fox Chase. He says, "Set Dems don't care because they're on the taxpayer tit too." I mean, yeah, that's the whole reason why these Dems are getting upset. Like, why aren't you spending all the money? We appropriated you this much funds. We want you to waste that money. I don't care what you waste it on. Just spend the money. Like, literally, bro, we literally have Congress members that are upset that we are saving money in our departments.
And maybe we should give her a chance to say something because she's come all the way to join us.
Thank you very much, Mr. President Trump, for having us, and President for extending the invitation to us as organized labor. And I must say that we are here to support the initiative that has been made by our government with business, of course, as organized labor. We've been coming to Washington on the AGOA trade relations in the previous regime. And I think at the center of it all, for me, it is exactly what Mr. Rupert has said, the importance of us growing the economy. We have always emphasized when we were here and kept on coming and negotiating on AGOA that the 600 US companies that are based in South Africa, as you said, President Ramaphosa, 500,000 jobs will be wiped out. We need more foreign direct investment in our country. We are not just talking about those that will lose employment, but we are talking about over 40% of people that are unemployed, that have no hope of ever finding a job. And we think that correctly, as they have said, that we need to deal with the issue of porous borders in our country so that everyone that comes in is documented. We also need to, and I would have thought that the minister would address the issue of land expropriation and how the policy works in South Africa.
I'm sorry, but y'all done complain about everything from y'all agriculture to y'all police force. I mean, to y'all radical party members. I mean, hold on, wait, even your borders are screwed up. What is going right in South Africa? What the hell y'all got going on? Because it seems like a pretty ineffective government you got going on here. Like, it doesn't seem like I got a government that's really, you know, doing what they say they're supposed to do. Because you have all these problems, all of them. Like, what are y'all doing well in?
Recently, President, as you were preparing to come here on the news, in, I think it was in Natal, there was a handover of farms, and white farmers were saying, we are donating the land, but also there's a willing buyer, willing seller in South Africa. So there is no expropriation without compensation, but it is a willing buyer, willing seller. And that white farmer was even saying, President, that the government is even paying more.
That is a lie, because like I said, they have this man right here pretty much saying, and let me know if you guys can hear this or not, but this man right here is pretty much admitting to the fact that they're taking land and they're not giving no compensation for it.
The question of land, the land of our forefathers and our foremothers must return to our people without any fail and without any payment of compensation. And it must happen now.
So what this lady just pretty much said, just pretty much went against everything this man has made a speech on, which is, I mean, pretty crazy. I mean, you're just talking about, oh, well, we are compensating farmers. So hold on, you're compensating farmers to give up land that they don't want to give up. And then you got your guy over here who's sitting in the chair who has this whole speech, pretty much him, like a nice little clip of this man pretty much saying, yeah, we're going to take the land from these farmers without compensation. But then you're up here saying they're getting compensation. I don't know, man. Something just don't seem right. Like, I don't know. Somebody might want to go ahead and just stop the cap, man.
The cap. In buying the land than what the land is worth of. And I think those are the realities, President, that we must say that we need to address, of course, but also the importance of agriculture linked to AGOA. Yeah. people rely on it, and I think, as Retief have said, for survival and living. But lastly, for me, President, is also the issue of the crime statistics. There is no doubt about it that we are a violent nation, for a number of reasons, and we're not condoning anything. But also, if you go into the rural areas where Black majority are, you would see women, elderly, being raped, being killed, being murdered. And these are Black elderly women that would be found throat slits, raped multiple times, and all of that. And the problem in South Africa, it is not necessarily about race, but it is about crime. And we think that we are here.
They're just outright criminals. I mean, they're pillaging their own people while also pillaging white people for their land. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, trust me, it does not matter. It's actually loosely wild how you're trying to conflate the two. Like, oh, well, there's other examples. Here's the problem, though. When they're committing crimes against their own people, they're not really taking anything from them. Honestly, most people commit, yes, Black people commit crimes. And most likely, if you're a Black person, it's going to be another Black person that commits a crime against you. Same if you're a white person, it's going to be another white person that most likely commits a crime against you. That's just how the world works. But what's a bit strange is how these group of white people who just so happen to be farmers are just getting attacked. Like, now you want to bring up examples of women getting, raped over and stuff. Like, I want examples of, Black male or female farmers getting their land taken and not getting compensated for it, just like we're seeing with the white farmers. That's what I want to see, since you're saying it's across the board.
Say, how do we, both nations, work together to reset, to really talk about investment, but also help us in how we can have the technology and everything that is needed, President, to really address the levels of crime that we have in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Genocide is a very strong word.
And shout out to my man Fox. He said, let's all take a moment to thank Obama for bringing all the racism back to life in this world. My opinion, of course. I'm weak. But hey, well, a lot of people did just vote him in because he was Black. So let's be honest.
I'm wondering if
no
you made
policy,
up your mind
but he
as to
Black.
whether you believe genocide is occurring in South Africa, or you still have doubts. And if you have made up your mind, why invite President Ramaphosa here today for this conversation?
Well, I haven't made up my mind. I hate to see it from the standpoint of South Africa, but also, I'm trying to save lives. I'm working with Russia and Ukraine. I don't have to do that. It's not our war. It was started by other people. It's helped along by our past administration, and it would have never happened if I were president. But I'm trying to save lives, no matter where. Rwanda, I have nothing to do with Rwanda and the Congo, but I felt I had a very talented person in this administration, and I sent him there, and he did an unbelievable job. I think. We're going to find out, but he's done the hardest part of the job. It should happen. If I can save lives, I want to save the lives. If it's in Africa, that's great. If it's in Europe, if it's wherever it may be.
Yeah.
And it's a very small investment.
Saving lives by stopping civil war and trying to prevent World War III. Shout out.
To do, believe me, compared to what the consequences are. So I hope we can do something. Look, I have so many friends. These two men, I have great admiration for them because I know what they do for a living. And that's a very hard living. Going from city to city, from country to country, and hitting a ball 350 yards like they do, and
Better than you and I.
getting the ball in the hole. It's a very tough with lots of people watching. Right?
Yes,
That's a very tough living. They're champions. I respect champions, and I respect very much. And I think the country is very lucky. They really wanted to be here.
That's true.
They could be elsewhere. They could be on a beautiful fairway someplace, and they wanted to be here. So,
My name is Yanda Mobo from Newsroom Africa in South Africa. How important is it for the United States to be at our G20 summit in November, given the relationship between our two countries? You've just heard what has been said to you just now. Are you coming? And are you preparing to come?
So without the United States, the G20, just like the G7, used to be the G8, but brilliantly they threw Russia out. Would have been a lot better if Russia was in. You know, a lot of people would say, oh, that's not it. Because if Russia was in, you probably wouldn't have this war.
Good point.
If you had a different president, you wouldn't have the war either. But we have a G7. It's important that the United States is at both of them. I think without the United States, it's I really believe it's not very important.
If we'd have let Russia and NATO when they asked, I mean, then yeah, this whole thing would have never happened, to be quite honest. But you know, that's a story for another day.
It's not the same meaning.
As I said to President Trump, the U.S. really originated the G20. And it's important that the United States continues to play a key role in the G20. And we are privileged to be the president of the G20, but we are even overjoyed that we are going to hand over to the United States, who are the originators. And for that reason, I expect the United States to continue playing the leadership role in the G20 together with other countries. And I've said when I initially spoke to President Trump on the phone, I want him to come to South Africa for a state visit. And I also want him to come and participate in the G20. And I want to gladly hand over to President Trump to take the leadership of the G20 forward in November.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, I mean, South Africa is kissing ass. I mean, that's all they can do at this point. We just pretty much exposed them in front of their face. We pretty much exposed their fragile economy and their fragile government that they got going on and their fragile social order. Everything about their government and, I mean, their country just seems to be a bit fragile and on the verge of breaking down. So they just pretty much came over to kiss Trump's ass and be like, look, man, we need the deals, we need the business. And I mean, we kind of also need you to help the killing of these white people.
Well, what is it going to take to convince you?
They don't want to leave.
They like you so much.
But all right, guys, now let's get into this, this big, beautiful bill reaction here. All right, guys. Now, we're going to get the good perspective, and then we're going to get the brutal perspective of this big, beautiful bill. Okay, guys?
All right, growth can solve our problems, and be careful what you wish for when you're talking about these fiscal issues. Joining me now, Steve Forbes, chair and editor-in-chief of Forbes Media, and John Carney, co-author of the daily Breitbart Business Digest. Welcome, gentlemen. So, John, I'll just start with you. I mean, people are telling me deficits cause rates to go higher. I'm just saying it's the reverse. Deficits are primarily a function of the economy, recession or recovery. And interest rates are if the economy is booming, real interest rates are going to go up. The rate of return on capital goes up.
Oh, yes. And the bill, it went through 100-0. 100-0. That's what the bill went through. Now, I'm not even going to lie to you. I kind of don't like that because it kind of shows that we might have made some concessions to the liberals just to, be transparent with you guys. So, we're going to get into it.
Right? If the economy is in the tank, then that goes down. It's nothing. All these models that are accusing higher interest rates or predicting higher interest rates because of deficits are wrong. They're just completely wrong, and they've been always wrong.
They're really wrong, and they get it, and they're pretty toxic to the budget process because in the end, what they mean is anytime you propose to cut taxes, they will tell you that the deficit is going to rise, that interest rates are going to rise, and therefore the economy will slow.
I mean, yeah, every time you pretty much tell the Dems that, yeah, because we're going to cut taxes on the people, you guys will have less money to F around with. They pretty much says, oh, you're raising government spending. That's going to cause a deficit. Hold on. You guys are really framing tax cuts on the American people, which means money that you no longer take from us, as an increase in government spending? Really now?
Oh, so the end result is they always say the opposite of the truth, which is tax cuts will slow the economy through the mechanism of higher rates. History proves that's completely backwards. And as you said, really a huge part of the deficit going up or down is just a function of whether the economy is growing or not.
That's it.
And in the CBO model, it's backwards. They say that the economy will slow and deficits will rise. It's really the reverse. We saw it just recently during COVID, right? The economy comes to a crash because we lock everything down, so deficits go higher. And that's what happens time and again.
And interest rates plunged.
And interest rates plunged.
And then they started pouring all this money in, and the economy went up, and interest rates went back up. I mean, we've always been. All I'm saying is, put that model aside. It's a phony model. Just cut the taxes and deregulate. And a lot of good things are going to happen. Look, you ran for president on the flat tax a couple of times. You were the principal growth proponent running for president. It's the legacy of Jack Kemp. It's the legacy of Ronald Reagan. It's what Donald Trump is trying to do this time around.
And you wrote a book
listen,
on how Kennedy evolved.
Yes.
How to get the economy growing after all the recessions in the 1950s. He came in and he started with business tax cuts.
Yeah,
remember the tax credits?
That's correct. No, you're right. It was a depreciation bonus credit for depreciation. Then he cut the marginal rates. I'm just saying, let Trump do it again now. Actually, if you listen to Steve Daines in the Senate, they might make the bill even better because the 100% depreciation, including factories, would kick in right away, not wait 4 years.
And stop this expiration dates like it's milk in a supermarket, for crying out loud, and make it permanent. Doesn't mean you can't change it if circumstances change. And on the whole thing with our blue state friends getting all caught up on SALT, state and local tax deductions. Why don't we discuss this? Why don't you just cut the two rates that affect people most, the 22 and 24, cut it to 15. They end up with more and they have the incentive to earn more. Good for the economy instead of raising it 30, 40,000, phasing it out and all that kind of junk. Make it simple and more effective.
Why do I want to give Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, more incentives to raise my taxes?
And give New Yorkers less incentive to vote for Republicans who will lower the taxes, by the way.
I mean, I don't understand the logic of this. John, the other thing is you have the models. They really don't tell us exactly what's in the models. I think that's
secret, and it's a scandal that we can't know, especially because Congress gives so much power to the CBO. They say, well, we can only pass this bill if the CBO scores it a certain way as reducing the deficit over 10 years. It's nuts in a democratic process to have a secret model that you and I can't look at and decide what's wrong with it, decide the outcome of the legislative process and the tax rates for the United States. They should force the CBO to tell everybody. Let us see it. Let us look right.
And like I said, if you don't know what the CBO is, and this is what everybody keeps bringing up, it's the Congressional Budget Office. And this is the office that's pretty much working with the numbers, saying that, oh, Trump's bill is going to cause a deficit. I mean, it's going to cause a rise in the national debt. We're going to be in a further deficit 10 years down the line. But they're leaving out a lot of variables, pretty much, like a whole lot of variables that these guys are pretty much talking about. And this is like honestly, this is what's so dishonest about Congress for some reason, because why aren't you guys including all the benefits of the bill and pretty much just leaving it as if we're just pretty much cutting taxes? Like, you don't want to include the regulation cuts and all that good stuff? Like, what about that?
Now we're in an age where you can just put this stuff on the internet and we can play with the numbers, see how it works, adjust it. At the very least, they should release 3 different reads under the various assumptions. So the CBO can say, look, under our traditional model, here's where we come. Under a more aggressive model, we think it produces this level of deficit. Under the, we'll call it the Carney-Forbes-Kudlow model, this is where you'd come in. And that would be very useful. Instead, we're being asked to trust what they say rather than be able to evaluate it.
And make it even simpler. Send them on a permanent vacation, say to North Korea, all expenses paid, and bring in people who actually understand the economy.
Well, one thing is, why I'm surprised, and I'm going to I'll talk to Rand Paul about it coming up next, but I think we have to work on this in the next few shows. Why don't they do something about the CBO? You have Republican House, Republican Senate, Republican President. It's obviously time for big changes at the CBO. You should put in people, I'd say, with a different economic model and more transparency. As John says, you could have interactive models.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't even release the numbers of how they got to that. They just said, believe these numbers, believe our math that we don't want to share with you. We're just looking at them like, bro, wait, what? Like, you don't want to break that down for us, simplify it? Nope, just take it at face value. Okay. Okay, then. I see y'all that arrogant with y'all math.
Modeling. We do that with so many other things on the internet. Why not? It's not so much getting rid of the Budget Reform Act of '74 stipulates a congressional budget arm. Okay, fine. But this one has underperformed for a long, long time. So why not make a change? I mean, it should
have been done in the
political change.
mid-'90s when we first got control of both the House and the Senate. And then we got a Republican, and it never was done. They sort of just left it there. And it's very anti-democratic. It says, in effect, we don't trust you. And therefore, we have to put these limitations in because we don't trust you. They don't trust the people.
One thing, I know it's not the first time I've said this. I do want to know, there is no permanent inspector general at the Federal Reserve Board. It was a temporary hired by, wait for it, Jay Powell. So they're building Taj Mahal on C Street, $2.5 billion. That's not the final, may not be the final number. They are, I believe, $700 million over budget.
They are.
Yep, that's their bond portfolio.
And let me also show you this performance by Senator Ted Cruz. Like I said, the bill went through 100-0 in the Senate. So, I mean, now, like I know my Trump supporters, and I love y'all, man, because, hey, I'm a Trump supporter as well. And we're over here going like, hey, yeah, shout out. Everybody loves this big, beautiful bill, but it also rings some like alarms. Like, hold on here. The Dems don't ever want us to win. So why the hell they want us to win today? And it kind of shows that there's been some concessions in this bill that the Dems, honestly, they just not the Dems, but the Republicans, they kind of just want to get the bill through because they got what they essentially want. But for this entire plan to work out, they said they're going to have to go back and, work some things out within the bill. I guess revise it later on. But they're trying to get a rush to push it out.
Saw is the Senate pass.
Here's Ted Cruz speaking on the Senate floor.
What we just saw is the Senate passing no tax on tips 100-0. Every Democrat voted yes. Every Republican voted yes. The way the process operates is when you're seeking to pass something by unanimous consent, you circulate what's called a hotline, and every senator gets the chance to say, are you going to object? And on the Republican side and on the Democrat side, every senator said, nope, goodbye me. And so this is now passed, and we're sending it to the House of Representatives. Here's the good news. With what we just saw now, the certainty that we will see no tax on tips become the law of the land, I think is very close to 100%. As the senator from Nevada mentioned, it is included in the House's one big, beautiful bill. And whether it passes freestanding or as part of the bigger bill, one way or another, no tax on tips is going to become law and give real relief to hardworking Americans. So I'm proud of what the Senate just did, and I commend Democrats and Republicans, even in a time of partisan division, coming together and agreeing on this common sense policy. I think that's terrific for workers in all 50 states.
Also got a headline here from NBC News. Senate unexpectedly passes the No Tax on Tips Act in a unanimous vote. Senator Jackie Rosen, Democrat from Nevada, called up the bipartisan bill for immediate passage, and no senator objected. The measure now goes to the House.
I mean, they would look crazy. Like, Dems would absolutely look crazy for objecting on no tax on tips.
And you know what? While people are celebrating this, especially people working in the service sector, it's not just about the no tax on tips, folks. It's about a new thought process entirely, a new experiment, a new signal. The political class is finally bending the knee to the Trump economic vision, and tax relief is being delivered. They're extending the wildly successful 2017 tax cuts. Then you got no tax on tips, and the one big beautiful bill is most likely to be passed here following the reconciliation process. And so it's back to prioritizing one of my favorite words.
And I wish that was just like such, a simple, straightforward path. But I mean, there's no such thing as a straightforward path, I'd say. So there's always going to be bumps in the road and things we kind of got to work over as these, shots are redacted, as was explained in this video. Let's get right into it, guys.
Or rhino. Well, many conservatives or rhinos seem to forget that they're conservative whenever Congress is set to vote on a big spending bill. Whoops. My conservative values just seem to go right out the window. Congress, is inches away right now from voting on President Trump's big, beautiful spending bill. The Wall Street Journal has basically called this debt bill a debt time bomb that could crush the United States. Senator Ron Johnson,
according to the Congressional Budget Office math, according to their math.
Johnson just told the ugly truth about the bill. He criticized the bill for exacerbating the national debt and ignoring the looming entitlement bomb. Congressman Thomas Massie has never forgotten his conservative values, even in the face of immense pressure from rhinos and neocons. Massie tweeted this: "The big beautiful bill will add $20 trillion of federal debt over 10 years. And that's according to the authors of the bill." Massie also posted this meme showing exactly how MAGA folks feel about it. MAGA staring at one beautiful bill with no more omnibus bills being the old girlfriend on the right. That sums it up perfectly. Congressman Thomas Massie joins us today from Washington, D.C. Congressman, great to see you. How bad will this be for the United States of America, this spending bill?
It's going to be bad, and we're already seeing what's going to happen. There was an auction on 20-year Treasury bonds here in the last few hours, and the federal government's now going to have to pay 5.1% on 20-year debt. The day before, it was at 5% for 30-year debt and 4.5% for 10-year debt. Look, the only reason we're already not swimming in interest payments right now that would equal $4,000 for every man, woman, and child in the United States every day is because some of our debt is locked in to the old rates, the good old days where we had 2%. But this is, the markets are responding to the big, beautiful bill. Look, they're not going to wait for this thing to pass. They're watching the whip count. They know this thing is greased and it's about to go get through Congress. And so they're putting their money where their bets are. They're making their bets. And what we have the Republicans telling other Republicans here is, oh, this thing is deficit neutral. Well, guess what's going to happen in the big, beautiful bill? All of the things that cost money, that increase the deficit, happen in the first 5 years, and the savings come in the next 5 years. Let me give you an example. Work requirements for Medicaid, those don't kick in for several years. And even when they do, they're pretty much fake. You can get out of work by saying you're taking some kind of training. Let me give you another example. All the Green New Deal, which was relabeled the Inflation Reduction Act, a lot of those subsidies are still going to remain after the big, beautiful bill passes. It should have.
And that's one of the reasons why I was a bit hesitant. I was like, hold on now, all of y'all? So that means there were some concessions that was given to the Dems in this, this whole Inflationary Reduction Act, or that green bill that Biden put through. They still got some things in there that they're keeping for some strange reason. Like, it's also a problem.
Been T-ball, just to knock the ball off the tee, just to take out the Green New Deal subsidies. But no, there's so many corporate lobbyists up here who have started planning to build factories, and in some cases started building factories. They want their subsidies to continue. So what the Republicans are doing in the big, beautiful bill is they're cutting the tax credits and subsidies if you want to buy solar panels and put them on your house, but they're not cutting them for the corporations if they want to buy solar panels. Or if you want to solar panels on your house, you can get the tax credit. You just can't own the solar panels. You got to go get them through a company. It's bad tax policy. And the worst of the tax policy is the handout to the blue state governors, New York, California, and Illinois. This is something called SALT tax. I got to give Trump credit. In 2017, the original Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which had the tax cuts that the big, beautiful bill would extend, and I'm in favor of extending those tax cuts. But that tax plan in 2017 reduced the amount of local taxes that you could write off on your federal taxes to $10,000. Well, this bill is going to undo the best tax policy that Trump put in place back then by raising that deduction to $40,000. This is for people who own $1 million or $2 million houses in New York, and they're paying a lot of property tax. This big, beautiful bill is a handout, and it's going to cost everybody else in the red states where the governors don't raise the taxes. It's going to cost about $350 billion to give that handout to these blue states.
Goodness. Okay, so I'm very suspicious about the timing about this because we all got
I mean, the Dems shouldn't be too mad about that one, but I know we are.
collectively riled up about Doge, like, oh, they're cutting that. They're cutting that. I like this. Okay, it feels good, right? And so it feels like we were built up to think, okay, now the government has saved all kinds of money. Now we can spend on priorities. And Elon Musk.
And like I said, you got to remember, this man is going off the CBO's math that was already argued that they're missing a lot of elements, like one, current investments, rise in take-home pay. They also didn't go ahead and calculate the effects of whatchamacallit, the regulation cutbacks and all that good stuff. They didn't even calculate the job boom that would create. So, like I said, he's honestly speaking because he's going off the numbers that Congress has provided him. So when most people are speaking on this, they're talking about the numbers from the CBO that projects that this big, beautiful bill is going to raise the debt.
He's done. He's got.
But the argument from the Trump administration is still that it won't, and these guys are misreading it. Or no, they're not misreading it. They're saying that they're missing important variables to come to these conclusions. Pretty much. The math ain't math, and is what the Trump administration is saying. Well, that and, economists is also saying this, who are also speaking up for the big, beautiful bill and all that good stuff. So more than just the Trump administration is saying this about the CBO's math.
Tesla to worry about. He's gone. He's going to step back. Does it feel like a ruse to you? Because it was like we saved $5 and now here's a new $10,000 credit card bill.
It started feeling like a ruse to me back when Republicans, and they got the president to go along with this, put a continuing resolution on the floor. And basically, that's when you do an appropriations bill. But instead of writing 12 separate bills, you just say, you know what? Let's just do what we did last year. We'll cut, copy, paste that spreadsheet into this year's spreadsheet. Well, guess what? Last year's spreadsheet was Joe Biden's spending. They copied all of Joe Biden's spending into Trump's first year with that continuing resolution. I was the only Republican to vote against it because I said spending is policy. When you spend the money, those are you're directing the government to do things.
Hold on.
And so the only consolation I had, Natalie, was,
that is,
we can.
Yo, G-Dude, you got something to say to me instead of just hiding it in the chat, my friend? I mean, you could have just added me, but don't disrespect my platform, my friend. Where are we being brainwashed? I'm even giving you a even argument about this bill. So because the guys in the chat is hurting your feelings or they're attacking you, please don't attack the channel. I mean, attack them and attack their arguments, but not the channel. Let's be grown-ups here.
Could do rescissions. We could say we're going to spend this money and we could pass a law to spend this money, but we could go back and claw that money back with this process called rescissions that only requires 51 votes in the Senate. Here's the problem. We haven't done any rescissions. And by the way, rescissions aren't like the big, beautiful bill, which is another R word called reconciliation. You can only do that once or maybe twice a year. You can do reconciliation.
And like I said, I addressed the national debt. Like I said, the other argument is that the national debt will not rise. They're saying that it will pay for itself. Like I said, I'm giving you guys the eager argument of what both sides are saying. They both address the national debt. Is that you guys just want to hear that the national debt is going to rise. And the argument is that, no, you guys are missing variables to show that the national debt will fall. These are the arguments from both sides. And I am presenting you both arguments. But for some reason, I don't get it. You guys can't just sit back and be even-minded.
Reconciliation. Rescissions, we could vote on a rescission every day if we wanted to, but we haven't brought the first rescission to the floor. Now, Speaker Johnson is blaming the White House. They're doing this quietly. And he's saying, well, they haven't requested the rescissions and we're waiting for the request. And it's true enough, he needs a request. But I kind of think he's telling the White House, don't send me the request because that starts a 45-day clock where I have to vote on these rescissions. And when we dig into this, when we ask people at the White House what's really going on, they say, well, we're trying to get past the big, beautiful bill, and then we'll do the rescissions because we don't want to spend any political capital on these rescissions now.
And and that is pretty much what he's saying. See, even this guy, like I said, he's for the big, beautiful bill. He wants it to do what they say they're going to do. He's for us. So my man is honestly speaking up for us, and this is why I'm playing them, even though he's speaking against it because he wants the best results. Now, listen to my man Thomas Massey, because he's pretty much saying, look, They're trying to rush the bill out so we can get all the good things going, and then they got to go back and do some. Well, as he said,
do the rescissions because we don't want to spend any
the rescissions because they don't want to spend any more political time pushing this bill along, trying to yank the Democrats' teeth. He's like, we pretty much got to give them what they want and then do a rescission later to the big beautiful bill.
Political capital on these rescissions now. Well, what's the political capital you're spending? Cutting USAID? Again, that should be T-ball. Put it on the tee, knock it off with a bat, run to first base, and jump up and down. It should be that easy.
It should be that easy. People in the chat room are pointing out. And by the way, ask your questions of Congressman Massey. We're live in front of thousands of people right now. Goalapago says, you guys are, meaning us, I think, not you. You're mischaracterizing Doge. Musk did good. Republicans didn't want to cut the costs. So it's the do-nothing Republicans. Is that fair?
Oh, that's fair. I mean, it's not the do-nothing Republicans. For the money that Doge found was money that Republicans were spending. So when I was standing at the State of the Union, and the president, Elon Musk, I'm a big fan. I drive a Tesla, all that. I use Starlink. He was in the crowd. He was up there in the position of honor, and the president's naming some of the things that Doge had already found that they were going to cut. And my colleagues stand up and start clapping. And I'm thinking, wait, you're the chairs of the committee of jurisdiction that spent this money, and you are clapping. That you should be embarrassed. You should pull your suit up over your head and pretend you're not even there because this is shame.
Hey, shout out to my man Hellbait says, we're going to do a Steven Crowder vid calling out Pierce. You know what? Yeah, I do have a Pierce video lined up, but it is on the whole, Israel Hamas things. But yeah, we can definitely do the whole. We played the racist video already where it was him and that Lamont guy.
And it was all a ruse. They don't want to vote on that. As I think there's some reporters that have exposed how some of this USAID money actually that goes to NGOs starts flowing back to organizations where you have members of the House and the Senate who are on the boards of these organizations. It's starting to expose things. And so my hat's off to Elon Musk and all the Doge folks who found that. But what you have is when Trump tries not to spend the money that Doge found, the courts say, well, wait, you've already signed a law that says you're going to spend the money. And so the courts tie up Trump. And this would be a problem if we didn't control the House and the Senate, or if it took 60 votes in the Senate to claw this money back. But neither of those two things are true. It only takes 51 votes in the Senate, and we control the House and the Senate. We should be doing these as frequently as we name post offices up here.
So pretty much what this man Thomas Massey is saying, and what's the political strategy here, that they're kind of giving the Dems what they want for now, just to walk it all back later. So yeah, they kept some things about the Inflation Act. They kept some of these Green Deal policies and all this wild stuff that Biden didn't want to put in there, the climate change initiatives. Yeah, they're going to let that slide, and then they're going to go back and walk it all back later on. It's pretty much what Thomas Massey is saying. But he is saying that, but if we don't do that, and if that's not the plan, then this could be very bad for Americans.
Here.
No, I think the rest of us are watching this palace intrigue like, ooh, Massey and Trump, they're not aligned. But surely you do have a personal relationship with President Trump that's not contentious like this in public. And what do you think he actually thinks of being held his feet to the fire, so to speak? Do you think that he just really, something that I've been wondering is, he told us, expect a little pain while we adjust the market perversions. And maybe he lost his appetite for it, or maybe it's just, it's too scary to do.
Well, he came after me again yesterday on his way to the GOP meeting. He stopped at a media scrum, and they asked him, what about Thomas Massey's claims that you're adding to the deficit? And rather than answer the question, he attacked me. Which is fine. He's a bull in a china shop. And if a few of my, glasses and cups and dishes get broken, that's fine. It's, I can deal with that. I've got a thick skin. But he came to the GOP meeting. He asked if I was in the room, and I raised my hand and looked him in the eye. And he said, oh, hey, there he is. There's Massey. And he said, he's like Rand Paul. They're both from Kentucky. They both vote no on all this stuff, and they both have the same hair. And then he said, but I like Massey's hair better. So it's, it wasn't like a shouting match or anything. And he and I have had several good conversations on the phone in the past. I think a lot of what he is doing is part of the whip effort to not to change my vote, but to try to get the other members of Congress who are thinking about speaking truth to power like I am. He's trying to get them to think twice about it. In other words, to just sort of go along and rubber stamp this. And there are things, for instance, that Trump said in our meeting yesterday that don't jibe with this bill. And so we go to Mike Johnson and say, what gives? For instance, Trump says, get rid of all the Green New Deal, take it all out. But the reality is they're not taking it out. They're leaving, probably half of it in there. And the stuff they're cutting doesn't get cut for another 4 years. Again, that basically creates job security for the Green New Deal lobbyists who have 4 years to come up here and lobby members of Congress and show them all these projects in their district that are benefiting from this Green New Deal spending that they don't want to cut. And they'll probably get those subsidies renewed before they run out. And that's the problem.
Cole's Towing in our chat room says, Thomas Massey, you're one of the good ones. Keep it up. We support you. Congressman, I'll get you out of here on this. Well, two questions, really.
I mean, shout out to bro. Because like I said, it's not like he's against Trump. He's just saying, like, yo, in this bill, it seems like there were some concessions made to keep the Green Deal that Biden effed up in there. And unless we're going to come out later and like pretty much revise this, then this is going to be bad. It's not going to do what the president said it's going to do. Like I said, you got to give that honest reporting on both sides.
From Kentucky, I want to know what the hell is going on with this Fort Knox audit that we were hearing all about. President Trump was going to go in there. Elon Musk was going to live stream it. We're going to find out how much gold is actually there. Would we actually move towards a gold standard in the United States once again? Shore up the U.S. dollar. So I want to ask you about that. And then second, and I'll get you out of here on this last question, which is, I mean, how bad is it right now with the U.S. debt in America, $36 trillion? Like, are we facing a crisis that we can't come back from in the next few years?
Well, I don't know much about what's going on in Fort Knox. That is not in my district, but all of America should be concerned about it. It shouldn't have to be that it's just Kentucky concern or a district concern. I'm afraid some of those memes that have, like the guardsman with Krylon painting bricks gold may be too close to the truth. It's something that'll pass an audit. I don't know. There should be transparency. But again, we're not on the gold standard. The dollar, we've got a fiat currency, and we're losing basically the reserve status of the U.S. dollar by doing all these sanctions. For instance, I know in your segment earlier about Iran, we've sanctioned Iran, we've sanctioned Russia, we've sanctioned some other countries. And what happens when you do that is they quit transacting in U.S. dollars, they quit holding U.S. dollars in reserve. And so we're losing our status as a world reserve currency by shooting ourselves in the foot. I had a professor at MIT called this ballistic podiatry, which is a fancy way of saying you're shooting yourself in the foot if you're a practitioner of ballistic podiatry. But I think that we are doing that with respect to our reserve status. And what that means, just to get to the second part of your question, when we monetize our debt, in other words, when we print money and try to buy our own securities because there's nobody at the auctions that want them at the price that we're selling these securities, when we do that, we're actually not just cheating Americans who are holding dollars and transacting in dollars and getting paid their salaries in dollars. We're screwing the rest of the world. We're actually getting a pretty good deal. Everybody that's holding dollars, we're taking money out of their banks through inflation when we do it. That's why the United States, when you say, why hasn't this collapsed before? It's because we can do this inflation trick and we can do it to other countries as well. But the music's going to stop on that as fewer and fewer countries hold, U.S. dollars as a reserve. Now, which gets me to your second question, which is how bad is the debt? Okay, we're at 36 trillion. It's actually a lot more than that because we had hit the debt limit a few months ago in reality. And so we've been selling things like the Postal Workers Pension Fund, okay? We've been liquidating that. And so what's going to happen when they do raise the debt ceiling, I don't see anybody talking about this.
I know. And let's all remember, this is all under Biden's, plan here. Remember, Trump's plan has not been initiated yet. All this is going down because of what the Biden administration was doing with the spending and neglection of the national debt. So let's remember that part. But now let's talk about what they're forecasting once the bill gets passed, or if it gets passed. But if the bill gets passed, or forecasting, well, it's just going to make it worse. This is what's coming from the Congressional Budget Office. Okay, so this is coming from them, and they didn't really put out no numbers or anything on how their math worked. They just said, here you go, guys. And, these are what these guys are running off of. And now on the Trump side, they're pretty much saying, you guys left out a lot of variables. Even economists are saying the same thing. Like, yeah, you're leaving out a lot of things, but hey, we will see and we will find out.
When they raise the debt ceiling inside of this big, beautiful bill, they're going to have to unwind all that, which means the government's going to have a voracious appetite for debt. We're going to go out and sell lots of bonds so that we can get that cash and put it back in the Postal Workers Pension Fund, because we've been running on a reserve tank that we've got to fill back up. That's when I think you're going to see the bond buyers' appetite go down even more, which means they're going to demand higher interest rates. So my complaint about the big, beautiful bill is not just that using the budget that supports the big, beautiful bill is going to add over $20 trillion to our debt in the next 10 years. Some people say, well, you were going to add most of that anyway. Yeah, but the big, beautiful bill makes it even worse. And it doesn't address the fundamental problems with Medicaid and Medicare. That's not even the only problem, is that additional debt. We're sending a signal to the markets that we're not serious about our fiscal policy in this country. They're going to demand higher interest rates on the 36 trillion that's already in the bank. And when they do that, we're going to be paying pretty soon $1.5 trillion a year of interest to finance the debt. That's $4,000 for every man, woman, and child. If you have 4 people in your family, there you go. $16,000 is what we're talking about. And for what? So that you can get a $1,600 tax break from the big, beautiful bill. But the government is now going to be obligating you to $16,000, your family, to the national debt to the tune of $16,000 a family.
So you're telling me there's a chance? You can telling me there's nothing good?
I know.
No, there's some. Wait. There are some good things in this, and that's why you're going to have so many people vote yes. I mean, you can picture the ads they're going to run against me already, okay? Because there's border security in this bill. I'm for border security. There's what Trump's calling the Gold Dome. I want to know why the hell the Gold Dome doesn't already exist. Why are we building domes for other countries to protect them from missiles? Are you telling me we don't have one? So there's money for that in there. You can imagine the ads. There's a small tax break for seniors. It's not the no tax on Social Security bill that I have introduced. It's a small tax break for seniors that goes away after 3 or 4 years. The same thing about no tax on tips. That's going away in 3 or 4 years. They're getting rid of all that in 3 or 4 years. That's how they make the funny math work over a 10-year period.
Well, pretty much. Well, I don't know. That one, you can pretty much say, well, they kind of want to wait to see at the end of that 4 years, Trump is out of presidency, and it's going to be up next to the next guy who gets elected. It'd be Democrat or Republican to decide where they want to take American tax policy. Seeing if a Trump's plan works out perfectly, then they'll most likely keep it. If not, then there'll be some changes.
They give you all the goodies in the first 4 to 5 years and spend all the money, and they say 5 years later, we're going to start getting serious about it. And you can do all the math you want up here in Washington, D.C., but the bond markets are going to do their own math, and they're saying the D.C. math doesn't add up. And I think what's going to happen is the government is going to be tempted to buy our own bonds, and they've done this before, It's the hallmark of a banana republic, but we did it during COVID. And when you start doing that, you got to print money to do it, and you're going to cause inflation. And we could end up in stagflation, where you have high interest rates and high inflation.
Yeah.
Congressman Thomas Massey, thank you for always fighting the good fight. We appreciate it. Our audience appreciates it. Audience appreciates it. It always says here, Massey's one of the good guys. So, man, keep up the good fight. I know you're in the belly of the beast, as always, there in Washington.
I'm sorry I didn't cheer your listeners up probably with any of this. But
No, dog, you ain't cheer me up at all. But I ain't come here to be cheered up. I came here to be told the truth. So, hey, I appreciate it. And Thomas Massey is on our side. So he's literally coming from his honest perspective on what he feels is going on. And you got to respect that part. So, like I said, there's people who disagree on both sides, but hey, we'll wait and see to when the full bill comes out, when it's fully approved, and whatever concessions are made, we'll find out soon enough. But all right, guys, let's get over to this South African video. Well, honestly, it's like let's get into it. It's called South Africa's Economic Genocide. Let's get right into it. It's actually a pretty good video. And considering the topic of, today, of what's going on in South Africa.
I'm putting myself at risk here, by the way. We've got lunatics running the asylum. What can you tell us about him? President Cyril Ramaphosa, complete gangster, rogue, villain.
So have you spent any time with Elon Musk?
The South African government said to Elon Musk, if you want to bring Starlink to South Africa, you've got to give 30% of your business to a black person, and we'll tell you who.
Who said this? Jacob Zuma?
Our government says it. It's a government policy. We get poorer every year. The country is falling apart.
With youth unemployment at 61%.
Highest in the world.
How?
South Africa is Germany in the early 1930s. They're pushing anti-white racism and socialism by the day. And let me give you the worst of it.
Tell me more.
These are the things he is saying publicly with 100,000 people in the stadium. He says, kill the Boer. One farmer, one bullet. We will slit the throat of whiteness.
It's from South Africa, and you think it's a fraud what they did to diamonds?
De Beers is sitting on a mountain of unsold diamonds. The best short in the world. Enjoy.
You say you're a minimalist. Don't you have a $30 million property like in Dubai or something, like a vacation property, or no?
Okay, so we like three things. Didn't ask me.
Did you Okay, so there's a lot of news about South Africa today. And so happens we have a very special guest here with us, Robert Herzog from South Africa. 3 fun facts before we get started. Number 1, he's had 3 hole-in-ones in golf. Number 2, he was the first director on Fiji Water. Okay, first director when Fiji Water came out.
Really?
He was on the board. And number 3, the movie Fantastic Mr. Fox. He is the helicopter pilot. It's great to have you on a podcast.
What a start.
Yeah.
Can you do this every time? Thank you, Patrick.
Well, hopefully Katie's going to watch and say, oh my God, I'm married to a freaking stud.
I wish she'd realize that.
Well, she's going to know after this podcast. Yeah. So, okay. So for the average person, when you think about countries, we all know a little bit about China. We all know a little bit about, India, what's going on. Okay. We know a little bit.
Oh, and thank you for, the correction on that. Yeah, the no tax on tips. That one is already permanent law, but they are waiting to confirm the overtime and the Social Security.
About Germany, maybe more.
Appreciate that one.
We know something about, everybody knows a lot about America. South Africa, I don't know. While we're doing this, everything that's going on, you're seeing Elon Musk on our show, a couple of his tweets. He's saying, we got to stop racism in South Africa, but it's racism against whites and all this stuff. And then with the 58, we got a lot of things I will talk about there. But before.
And shout out to my man Hellbase has sent it to Discord. Let's welcome Pierce to the censorship and cancel culture lobbies now. Hashtag #MeTooBS. I mean, yeah. I mean, Pierce. It was funny how he did try to bait that one white girl to say it. Like, no, say it. Say it right now. I'm like, dang, hold on. Well, damn well she was going to say it.
We're doing that. Do you mind taking a minute and just kind of share with the audience your background so they know who you are and what you've done?
Sure. I was born in 1960 in Johannesburg, South Africa. I'm a 5th generation South African. My mother's side came from England and Scotland, and the relative that came to South Africa was in the British Army, and he finished the Indian Rebellion and came to South Africa to retire. And my father's family escaped Eastern Europe and Russia and ended up in Cape Town. And I was born into a very wealthy family because my grandfather and his buddy and business partner founded a company called Anglo-Val, which in the 60s, 70s, and 80s was one of the top 5 mining industrial companies in South Africa. And I've had every privilege known to man, but I believe that I've taken advantage of every opportunity given to me. And I'll give you a quick potted bio. I can do this very quickly, so it isn't boring. So I was at school and university in South Africa, and then I spent 2 years as an infantry officer in the South African Defense Force in the apartheid era. And I left.
This is what? This is 90s?
83, 84.
83, 84.
And by the way, South Africa did a major invasion of Angola in 85. So
and you're in at that time?
Well, no, I'd finished by then. I'd done my 2 years, and I was an infantry officer.
Got it.
And then I came to America, went to Goldman Sachs on Wall Street for 2 years, Harvard Business School, then worked for Rupert Murdoch as his right-hand man in New York. Literally. I carried his bag. I went to every meeting. I helped write speeches.
How did you get introduced to him? By your family?
All right, guys, we'll come right back to this interview. I do want to get into this video from my man Hellbat. So let's get right into it, guys. On why Piers Morgan censored Steven Crowder. I think, did Steven Crowder say the N-word on there? No, because I watched the original interview and I did not catch it.
Point in this country when I think we're in a silly point in this country when we're polling this clip to condemn the anti-Semitism here at the studio, and people going, hey, can I get a second cut of that N-word, Hail Hitler? That's the point.
So here's the actual clip and what I actually said. So yesterday it aired, but I taped this 2 days ago. Piers Morgan. I was on, I believe it's Uncensored with Piers Morgan, the show. And it should be titled Censored with Piers Morgan. Now, I'm going to be really clear here. I know that in many ways I shouldn't. For whatever reason, I kind of like Piers Morgan. He's also, been a pretty gracious host. There are some things that he does that I disagree with, but I always answer for any of my insults or backhanded compliments. But this was a pretty important conversation that we had. And it was titled, I'm going to say it, N-word debate with Steven Crowder and Mark Lamont Hill. Now, here's the thing. I did say it in context. There has been no reaction of offense from anybody. And this is important. There's a conversation. We're not talking about wanting to go out and denigrate black people with the N-word. What we are discussing right now in this country is people being silenced and terrified of losing everything, even if they say the wrong word in the right context where they are condemning prejudice. It's a political weapon, and it's used selectively. And I chose my words carefully. The language was very deliberate, and then, of course, it gets silenced. So we'll get to that sort of fallout in a bit. And after this, I want to ask you now, what do you think the issue is when you get that gut feeling of this victimhood culture where someone claims they're a victim and you're going, no, hold on a second. This doesn't seem right. This seems like you're using it. I am going to lay out exactly why you feel that way, give you a litmus test and the reason for it and the point. And that's what I am rallying against. So on to Censored with Piers Morgan. By the way, Mr. Morgan, you are welcome to come on this show. I would very much welcome it, and we'll host you graciously. This is the version they ran, they pre-tape, titled, I'm going to say it, N-word debate, I believe with Mark Lamont Hill, and censored it out.
When we're talking about this new song, and as a comedian and as a linguist, I'm going to say the word here so that everybody knows, and that's what you're going to clip. We're looking at words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextually. That's bad. Shouldn't say it, but it's not imbued with any power outside of historical context. The last noun, Hitler, is imbued with the power of the verb that precedes it. Hail, to praise, to venerate. That'll get clipped, even though I'm condemning the song as anti-Semitic, and not one person here who would be the victim of a more severe call to action is going to say it's anti-Semitic. I think we're in a silly point in this country when we're polling this clip to condemn the anti-Semitism here at the studio, and people going, hey, can I get a second cut of that N-word, Hail Hitler? That's the point.
I know many of you think, oh, thank goodness, he didn't bleep it out, but he silenced it out.
Yeah.
I dodged a bullet. So here's the actual clip and what I actually said.
We're looking at words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextually. Nigga, that's bad. Shouldn't say it, but it's not imbued with any power outside.
I'm weak. Hey, yo, shout out Steven Crowder. I mean, they edited it out so smooth, I didn't even realize it. I honestly thought he didn't say it. Really?
Here's the actual clip and what I actually said. We're looking at words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextually. Nigga, that's bad. Shouldn't say.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. If this would have been like said on Piers Morgan, this would have probably went viral. Let's be quite honest here. It would have went viral for all the wrong reasons. But he is explaining his point, and at least he didn't use the hard R like Nick Fuentes did. I'll give him that. Because when a lot of people, and when you kind of give a white person that pass, they decide to use a hard R, and that's when I'm just like, come on now, y'all know that ain't the N word we talking about.
Words that are offensive, a song that is offensive, but one is a boogeyman word. We have one noun, a verb, and a noun. Okay, we have a noun by itself, contextually. Nigga, that's bad. Shouldn't say it, but it's not imbued with any power outside of historical context.
Hearing white people say the N word just makes me laugh because I don't hear it every day, and when they say it, they never usually 90% of the time they don't mean it in any type of racist like context. So I'm just looking at it just like, all right, this is kind of funny, especially when they sing rap songs. I just laugh. I honestly find no offense to it because they're not saying it in a hateful way. Now, white people, that's just me. That's just me. Most black people aren't fucking with that, okay? So we got to give them that respect on that one.
The last noun, Hitler, is imbued with the power of the verb that precedes it. Hail, to praise, to venerate. Actually, after the show, naturally, Pierce changed the name of his show to N-Censored. Look, it doesn't necessarily have the same.
It was really close. Maybe that was our fault. I don't know.
Sorry, right graphic. And here's the fallout in this. This isn't about drama. This is about something that affects all of our lives. And you're seeing polling changes. I talked about Gen Z voting patterns. And I talked about this fatigue that people have. It's not people just bitching about political correctness or cancel culture. It's people now frustrated that they can't have an honest dialogue, and particularly white men being painted in, right? If you move in, it's gentrification. If you leave, it's white flight. Sit down and shut up, but silence is violence. You can't go to empirical data like crime, neighborhoods, urban environments, Democrat mayors, but you also can't go back to the anecdotal, hey, I'm in an interracial relationship or I have black friends. There's no winning, and so the only way is to not play, and now we're not having these conversations. So after this, we reached out here on my X and said, hey, Piers Morgan, I thought your show was called Uncensored. Can you explain why you felt the need to literally censor my words? And he responded, you said the N-word, and we don't allow that on our show. It's not about censorship, but about respect for black people. Okay.
I mean,
here's my problem, Pierce. And this is
them. I mean, let's be real. You did censor them out of respect for black people. So Piers Morgan, I mean, shit. Hey, you protected the feelings of the liberal blacks. And then you also, protect the feelings of libs all around. So I'll be honest with you. You kind of dodged the bullet with that one because Eddie came for Piers Morgan's neck. Like, oh, you let him say the N-word. How could you do that? So, yeah, you did censor him out of respect for black people. So he's not wrong. You definitely did censor him, but you're not wrong as well. You did it out of respect for black people.
My problem where I said this is disingenuous. Allow me to make my case. Piers Morgan brought on what he said was a self-avowed racist. Challenged her to say the N-word repeatedly in front of a black man. She didn't.
Two black men,
I believe, or at least 1.5. She didn't. And then said, see, that's the thing. It's cowardly. I went on and used it in context of my own volition, rightfully so, and I stand by it, the point that I was making. He challenged me again, asking if I would say it, if Dr. Mark Lamont Hill was on. I said yes, and then it's censored out.
Yeah, low key.
That to me is disingenuous.
It really is. It's like, oh, would you say it to a black person if a black person was around? And he did. And you censored it. So what's the argument here? Like, that is a bit disingenuous. I wonder how even if Mark Lamont even heard that word. Like, did he even hear it, or did you censor it out for him as well to make sure he didn't hear it? Like, what's up, Pierce? Like, what's going on? You said uncensored, but you censored the hell out of Steven Crowder.
It's a challenge for clicks. You're not actually trying to have a conversation. Challenge accepted. You issued it. And the point was,
we're not just talking about here, to be clear, we're not just talking about words and going, nanny, boo boo, I want to say the N word, I want to say a joke. No, what we are talking about, and this is the thing, the conversation has been, I want to be able to say the N word just because I want to use it in a racist context. No. We actually have lost the ability to have discussions about words, their meaning in context as adults. We have lost that as a society, and that is not a good place to find ourselves. There are not throngs of people in this country going, I can't believe that I can't yell the N-word at a black person, but there are a lot of people going, hey, wait a second. If I'm addressing something very specific in a quote, I want to make sure, I just don't want to lose my livelihood. And so people check out and you're not having a conversation anymore. There are real consequences to this. And that's what we are discussing. And you are going to see a backlash, the pendulum swing back the other way, where people just say, you've called me a racist so long. You know what? I guess I am. There are quantifiable results, consequences of this language policing. And you can see it in the laws in places like the UK and in Canada, but you can see it culturally here. People are afraid of losing everything for saying the wrong word, even if in context they are condemning prejudice. And Pierce, by the way, his censorship didn't just stop at words. And I get it. He'll say, hey, you bleep things. Well, we bleep things out in sketches because we edit for the bleep. It's funny. And if you're watching a clip, maybe on YouTube, but live, we have the YouTube dump button. So also we're allowed, it's for comedy. It's not the same thing as a word that we deem offensive after challenging someone to say it. He's also gone as far as to cut out some inconvenient sounds, because I know that interruptions take place a lot there, and that's not really the game that I want to play. And here's what you saw, and you wouldn't know this unless I told you.
Hold on a second. You say that every single person who is giving to that is the equivalent of the person yelling the N-word at a 5-year-old.
I didn't say
Would
that.
we say
No,
the same thing?
No, I didn't say that.
Hold on.
No, I didn't say that.
That's the interruption
I
buzzer.
said they're wrong to do it.
I'll be done in 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Would we also say then that the people giving to Anthony, Carmelo Anthony, support the wanton stabbing of white kids who die in their twin brother's arms?
Now that would seem silly. You're going, hey, what's happening there? Here's the actual clip, and this isn't the first time that this has happened on Piers Morgan.
Hold on a second. You say that every single person who is giving to that is the equivalent of the person yelling the N-word at a 5-year-old. Would we say the same thing? Okay, would we say, hold on. That's the interruption buzzer. Hold on, let me finish my point. I'll be done in 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
I mean, damn, I need an interruption button at that point. Why not? Hey, I need one.
That last little one.
It's a little childish and stupid. Then again, so is editing out a boogeyman word when used in context.
Especially because it's not a buzzer. It's one of those.
Yeah, it was our Val Kilmer thing.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. This has happened in the past. And this is why I don't like going on a lot of programs. Not because I'm not willing to. Do change my minds and talking with people in the street, black and white and the gray issues. It's that a lot of people are scoring points and it's disingenuous. Things get doctored a little bit. We believed that this had happened in the past. The last time I was on Piers Morgan, I had a bell where I did not interrupt once. And I said, I will yield the floor. And this was a mechanism to point out whether someone is arguing in good faith. It didn't make air. You couldn't hear it. And he told us that actually it was something to do with the microphone and the gate, which would not apply there. It couldn't possibly apply to that buzzer. And so I apologized right here on the show. Said, okay, my bad. Should have given you the benefit of the doubt. It's petty. I rescind my apology because I now think that there's foul play. Here is the bell in question from that last appearance.
Was that deliberate? Is he trying to sabotage it?
Thank you. But again, I'm really going to avoid Ed Helmet, which is really tough because it seems to be coming from the other side of this panel here.
Well, I will note for the record that you have not gone ad hominem. And Tim, to be fair, all you've done is abuse Steve. All you've done is abuse Stephen on a personal level. I actually would like to rise above that.
His whole career is all he's done is attack gay and trans people. Now he's like, he's getting offended.
And no ad hominem from me, like he did the walk of shame after a night with Brian Boitano and stole his puka shell necklace. And the reason the bell was important. Yes, it was to point out, look, hey, I'm not going to do that, but these are the kinds of people who are often being hosted. They're not arguing in good faith. It's all ad hominem. That ding is a little bit of conditioning for you to go, oh, I see what the left is doing. You may not agree with it, but it's important. Here's the.
I mean, they go straight ad hominem. When they don't have a defense, they just start going ad hominem. And it is wild. I mean, here's the thing, guys. If you catch yourself, and I'd say always catch yourself when you do this, instead of when somebody attacks your argument, just attack their argument back. don't try to be condescending. Don't try to say you're beneath me. Don't do nothing of that, because I don't care what your educational background is. Trust me, somebody can cook you on a topic that you're just not well read in. Like, so I'd always would have said, instead of attacking with condescendingness and insults, why not just open up that conversation instead of just coming out with straight condescendingness? I would challenge you guys to practice that.
The actual clip that didn't make air.
Is he trying to sabotage it?
Thank you. But again, I'm really going to avoid ad hominem, which is really tough because it seems to be coming from the other side of this panel here. It was certainly ill-advised.
I will note for the record that you have not gone ad hominem. And Tim, to be fair, all you've done is abuse Steve. All you've done is abuse Stephen on a personal level. I actually would like to rise above that.
His whole career is all he's done is attack gay and trans people. Now he's getting offended.
They said it was a technical issue.
You're with the bell.
I don't buy it. Here's the thing, and I'll get to why this affects everybody. And there's something that you're feeling in your gut that you may not necessarily know how to articulate. A lot of Americans feel this way, including, by the way, Black Americans and certainly Hispanic Americans. But back to Pierce. This is actually,
see, look, this is being fair. He said fact, which is no, it's only an opinion, because they even said the big, beautiful bill could add trillions to the tax debt. I mean, you can even look up a video on CNN and it says could, because it's the CBO's Congress Budget Office projection on their projection, which means their prediction of what could happen in the next 10 years with this big, beautiful bill. So that is not a fact, my friend. Cutting healthcare. He added millions to Medicare and he's cut the waste out of Medicaid. That is what they're saying about the cuts in Medicaid, not the cuts to American people. And then, oh, wait, what's your next one? Oh, give massive tax cuts to the ultra wealthy. I mean, he's giving tax cuts to the middle class as well. So, I mean, can't you just be happy about that? And don't the ultra wealthy need to reinvest to also give us these more opportunity for overtime that's not going to be taxed? Come on now, man. Like, come on. Let's see come on. You see where it's going here, man? It's going toward the golden age. Be more positive.
Actually someone who censors himself all the time.
And there's my argument.
Or does post filming edits to make himself look better.
All right, Stephen Crowder, you're giving it to me. I think I'm the in the whole saga here. I'm just the sitting here listening to a very, very unpleasant young being deliberately, unashamedly wants us to think she's admits to being.
This is hilarious.
And when you talk about context of using the N-word, she is using it in.
Wow. Yeah. By the way, he doesn't just stop.
Appropriate.
He doesn't just stop at censoring guests.
No.
And I know people say it's not censoring because it's not government. Shut up. He's not just censoring guests. He even has gone so far as to rotoscope physical things out of the filming process to save himself embarrassment.
Well, Andrew Wilson's apparently ecstatic wife, Rachel, got in touch on X and told me she'd like to participate in our next debate. And so she will. She'll be joining us alongside an all-new panel of
You don't need to edit it out. It's preference. It's okay.
Come on, just be proud, bro.
Yeah, come on, man.
It's not your fault. Fire that camera guy.
Mr. Yeah, you should have had a panoramic lens.
That's a big boom mic.
And then Nancy Mace is going to be on the show.
Sorry. It's a comedy show.
You are invited on the show, Pierce, and of course we will be very respectful hosting you and give you the floor. And I believe Dr. Mark Lamont Hill will be on the show. He was actually I haven't heard him accuse me of racism, and certainly not if you look at the comment section. You can go and watch their version on Pierce Morgan's channel. Here's what I want to point out. The culture that you've heard me talk about how fake victimhood creates real victims. If you find yourself, and comment below if you felt this, and I'm going to explain why I believe you have this guttural reaction. When you hear someone say, no, hold on a second, I'm being victimized. I can't believe this will irreparably damage me. And you're going, well, that doesn't pass this. Something seems off here. I think you're using this as a cudgel. Here's why. When people do that, they're invariably victimizing someone for real. Let me give you an example, a few examples here. And then I would like for you to comment if you can name one exception. Someone saying, using the N-word, even in the context of condemning racism, but discussing language as an adult, irreparably harms my soul because of that word. What's actually happening is people are being victimized by losing their livelihoods, by losing their jobs, by being ostracized from society, and all of society losing their right to freedom of speech. And again, I mean freedom of speech.
You know, I'll give him that one because let's be real. If a black lady was to hop on her TikTok and just say all types of racist things about white people, she most likely won't lose her job. Like, most likely she'll be able to get off with that. But if a if a white lady was to hop on her TikTok and shout out all types of racist slurs, yeah, she's gonna lose a lot of things in life. I mean, but like I said, black lady do the same and hop on with a whole bunch of white slurs, she'll be perfectly fine. Yeah, there's a problem with that. There's a problem with that double standard, guys.
As adults, no one here is having a debate that you should go out and insult someone using a racial epithet. But there has been a
and shout out to my man Daniel Castro. He says tax cuts do not mean less tax revenue, more transaction. The U.S. has equal more tax revenue, also from tariffs, crypto gains, and other tax on imports. Exactly, but that's the math that they leave out of the the CBO calculations. The Congressional Budget Office. That's some of the stuff they left out as well. That's why a lot of people have some contentions with it because they're like, bro, you really left out all the benefits that we lined up for this to work. You guys are just running along with this. Here's the thing: they don't even show their numbers, but you're running along with this formula that you have not broke down to us, and pretty much saying that's just going to add $3 trillion to the debt. And that's why they're all saying it could, because the CBO is a prediction.
Conversation going on for a long time in this country. Yeah, but I shouldn't lose everything, and I shouldn't be accused of racism if I use a word that you don't like in context to make a point. And while we're talking about that, the argument falls apart when they say, well, the N-word is the one word with historical context that has been imbued with power because they were oppressing slaves. Great. Okay. Now do Hail Hitler. I get that you will say Hail Hitler is not the same as a racial epithet. For example, if at any point I had condemned the use of the word kike or Shylock, again, I wouldn't be accused of being anti-Semitic because people are adults and can have that conversation. But if the N-word is so impermissible because of the power historically, give me one historical context where Hail Hitler is anything other than worse. I made the point. I called that they would include the Hail Hitler, which I said not one, but like 19 times. They had no problem with it. Here's another example. Not allowing me to compete victimizes me. You're taking away my rights. The reason you're going, that doesn't seem quite kosher, is because women are actually being victimized in having to compete against men. Yep. It's COVID. Hey, hold on. It's COVID. If you're putting me at risk, I'm immune compromised. You don't care. You are victimizing all of us. Why won't you put on a mask? Why won't you socially distance? Well, the people being victimized are the businesses that are shuttered, that they'll never, ever, ever open back up. Children whose educational process, experience, their childhood itself, they will never get back. Hey, you can't say that. That's actually sexism. That's misogyny if you say that men and women are biologically different. Take any buzzwords here. Oh, hold on a second. No, you're actually victimizing women who agree with that, women who understand it, and the nuclear family, which is by design. Right? The destruction of it. Patriarchy. You heard it from Hillary Clinton. Black Lives Matter. And every single Marxist professor out there in the country. Give me one exception. Give me one exception today where when people are claiming victim status in trying to eliminate or silence your opinion, they are not actually acting as a predator, victimizing someone in real life. I want you to use that litmus test going, whether it's trans, whether it's misogyny, sexism, whether it's racism, whether it's homophobia, any of it. Use that test and tell me I'm wrong on a single example. If there is a fake victim, there is a real victim, and in every scenario, the fake victim knows it. What do we call that? We call that manipulation.
I mean, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. You can definitely apply that to the whole, Gaza and Palestine situation. Well, Israel and Gaza situation. You can definitely apply it to that as well. But all right, guys, let's get right back to this South Africa's economic genocide. Let's get right back into it.
That story?
Yeah, I do.
I was dating a gorgeous redhead and I hadn't got a job lined up for it. And then he spoke for 15 minutes about why content, which was correct. And then he said, okay, you're hired. What are you going to do for me? I've said one word in 3 interviews. I've got a job.
Just because of Stan, because of
Just because of the redhead.
And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says, notice how the left puts limits on words or misgendering, etc. Exactly. I mean, honestly, what Pierce did is like honestly disingenuous. It's like, dog, you invited this man to say the word. He said the word, and you just bleep it out, and you're talking about respect for black people. And it's like, bro, that's censoring. But I mean, it's hard for Pierce to understand, like, you know, freedom of speech because his country don't got it. So it is funny when he tries to talk about freedom of speech. I'm just like, dog, you grew up under a government that you just can't talk like us. You can't talk as freely as us. So I get why this is a bit confusing to you to get around your head how, yes, you are censoring somebody just because you bleeped out a word that you may not agree with, even though you was doing it for the right reasons or you was doing it for a good reason, but you still censored the man and you call yourself uncensored. I don't know about that anymore. And I got you, Zoloff. Appreciate that one. He said you skipped Fox Chase last super chat, but I got you.
So this redhead, why is this redhead so trusted?
Because her father and Stan were best friends. So she got me the interview. He assumed I went to Harvard Business School.
Goldman, military infantry, South Africa. So when you work with Rupert, what was he like to work with, and how much time did you spend with him?
Every day.
How was it like to work with?
So what I do
right now, what I just did is 1989 net worth. Rupert Murdoch at the time was 725. So he's known. He's a power player. But Fox News hasn't yet started, right? Right.
So I spent 2.5 years with him.
Okay.
And he'd hand me, everybody wanted to get in front of Rupert Murdoch. So they'd all be going, Rupert, could you look at this opportunity, this deal? He'd have a pile of decks and things on his desk with a little note of who gave it to him. And then every Monday morning, he'd kind of have a look and he'd say, this guy's an idiot, throw them in the bin. And then he'd go, okay, this guy's important, read that. And he'd give me 3 business plans every Monday. And I'd have to come back and on Friday have to present them to him. He'd ask me 3 to 5 questions on each one and immediately know the value, how it would fit into his empire if he was interested.
This is about buying those companies, investing in those companies.
So in those days, Christian music was taking off, but country music was barely known. And this guy, Jim Garcia, I can't believe I remember the name, from Nashville, had sent this buy into country music TV. I did the analysis, presented to Rupert. He asked me 5 questions and he used to rub his forehead. And he said, offer them $30 million, not a cent more. If they don't take it, move on. Ooh. It's now worth many billions. And he could analyze things that quickly. He was also a real man of the people. He talked to the elevator guy. He talked to in those days, we just walked down and get a taxi.
Was he charismatic?
Charismatic, funny, decent.
Charming?
A common man. Charming, but not interested in money, not interested in, important people. He was interested in humor and being successful and building his business.
What were 3 to 5 questions he would ask?
I wish I'd written them down. Oh, genius. I wish I'd written them down. And so I spent 2.5 years with him. And then he said to me, when he ran into trouble, he tried to buy Time magazine.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they did the merger with Warner. He was running into big financial troubles then. And he said to me, okay, you need to go with Barry Diller to LA and work with him on setting up the Fox network.
So you were there when that whole deal was being done.
The Time Warner mess, the bidding.
Did you ever
for Time.
meet Ailes? Were you ever around Roger Ailes?
I didn't meet Roger.
Never met Roger.
No, he was after me because he came in from left.
Were you around Rupert's kids, the boys?
Not as much. They were pretty young.
Got it.
Yeah. So Rupert, when you were with him, you're the most important person in the world. He'd concentrate, listen. And I remember one story he told me. Can we go off piece?
Sure, of course.
We went to, and I can't remember who, somebody's 80th birthday in this expensive 6th Avenue apartment. We walk in and Rupert says, I'm going to give you a life lesson. See those people walking towards me as quickly as they can? They're the guys who want to sell me something. But if you look in the corner, there are 2 guys talking to the host's children. They're the people you need to talk to. They've made it in life. Isn't that interesting?
Wow. The people that are running to come to me
are trying to sell me
something. But the people that are talking to,
they're interested in what the host's kids
are doing. Those are the ones that have made it in life.
Yeah. Talk to them. They'll be the most interesting ones.
Very interesting. Very interesting
And he was
perspective.
nice to the common man. You know, if the Queen had offered him a knighthood, he would have turned it down. He wasn't interested in that stuff. He and Elon Musk, I'm a libertarian, conservative, Judeo-Christian. He and Elon Musk, we owe an eternal debt of gratitude to. Because Rupert came in with, you know, Sky Television, Sky News, Fox TV, the New York Post, and he captured the center right, free market, capitalist.
YouTuber's question made Elon Musk completely rethink SpaceX rocket. The YouTuber Everyday Astronaut was on a tour of the SpaceX Starbase facility. He asked a very intelligent question and certainly gave Elon Musk pause for thought and opportunity to fix his vital error. This is a year and a half ago. What's the question, Rob? Let's see if we can find it. Realizing made a vital error. The intelligent everything else. Tim was asked at exactly right time for the billionaire to realize that his error and crucially corrected. You don't even need a cold gas thruster system. You already have hot gas, says Musk. But this is only for the booster, right? Tim asked. Go a little bit lower. And appearing deep in thought, the SpaceX founder and CEO replies, arguably, now you mention it, it might be wise to do this for the ship too. We're going to fix that. And it's not the first time Musk has taken on project feedback. Tim was visiting SpaceX Starbase in 2021. However, upon being invited back, more than 6 months later, it was revealed SpaceX chief, Elon Musk, that his question led to vital changes. Wow. I mean, this is
extraordinary guy.
Yeah. There's a story.
I mean, that is a humble guy. It's like, yo, like literally expert at what he does. And he's willing to take somebody's advice like, oh, well, shit, I didn't think about that. Why not? But let's get to the substance of this video, guys.
Horizon involves the government.
That makes a lot of sense. So you say,
so what did I do?
No, but wait a minute. You just said the president of South Africa is destroying the country. And that's why I'm going back for 2 to 3 years. But I'm not going to get involved in politics. That makes a lot of sense, Robert.
Yeah, I really stuck to that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So why is he destroying the country and how is he destroying it?
So I'll give you a quick potted history. In 1994, apartheid ended and the country and government was handed over peacefully to the majority, the black majority. And for 12, 14 years, South Africa was actually a success story. It was the miracle democracy, the miracle story. The West said, we've won, we've saved South Africa, there's democracy. And the country grew at 3%, 4%, 5% a year. There was meritocracy, there were black, white, colored Indian people in all the jobs, and everything was going well. In 2008, the rot began. So there was Mandela, Mbeki, and then President Jacob Zuma, complete gangster, rogue, villain.
He's a gangster, well, Jacob Zuma?
He's the gangster. And he instituted a thing called state capture.
And remember, this was the guy that was singing the song about how they're going to run and shoot white people off their land. This was the guy that was singing that song.
All our state-owned enterprises, railways, electricity supply, South African Airways, he put loyalists in place whose only job was to steal. And hundreds of billions of rand were stolen and offshored. And that was when the country began its descent into potential economic collapse.
This is in 08.
This is 08, 09 till 2017.
So state capture is a type of systemic political corruption in which private interests significantly influence a state's decision-making processes to their own advantage. The term was first used in World Bank in 2000, describing certain Central Asian countries making the transition from Soviet communism, where small corrupt groups use their influence over government officials to appropriate government decision-making in order to strengthen their economic positions. Okay, so 2008, 2009, he's doing this.
He begins it.
He begins it.
And they remove all the middle-class, small-town, big city employees who for decades have been handling maintenance of the local sewage plant. You know, all those jobs that the smaller people in smaller jobs do day to day to keep the economy going. And they put ANC, their government, loyalists in place who had no competence and who ended up stealing and breaking. Every one of our state-owned enterprises either bankrupt or stolen to death as of today. But in 2017,
I mean, well, that's exactly what the South African officials said in the White House, that like it's the one big mess in South Africa. And he's pretty much saying that, yo, it's those officials' fault why it's one big mess in South Africa.
the ANC elected a new president because they had over 50% of the vote, President Cyril Ramaphosa, who everyone believed would save the country. He's been just as bad as Zuma. And he arrives tomorrow to meet President Donald Trump.
He arrives tomorrow to meet President Donald
Ramaphosa.
Trump. Yeah, he said he was negotiating with the president.
So tomorrow might, if it's recorded, tomorrow might be in the past.
That's right.
Yeah.
So now how do you feel about him versus Jacob Zuma?
Jacob Zuma was fundamentally evil and malevolent. He's like a populist, clown, dangerous. And he's trying to come back into power, and he'll be way, way, way more dangerous if he does. Cyril Ramaphosa is now head of the ANC, and he was a trade unionist. He was one of the first South African black billionaires. He has the McDonald's franchises in South Africa. He understands the mining industry. He's the kind of guy you would actually like having a meal with, like talking to. But he's like a pillow. He takes the shape of the last person that sat on him. He'll tell you what you want to hear. Then he'll meet trade unionists, tell them what they want to hear, and so on and so on.
Have you met him before?
I've met him, but I refused. He's trying to meet me. I refused to meet him.
Zuma or the existing president?
I've spoken to Zuma and I've met Ramaphosa. They're both equally bad because what they've done over the last 14 years is institute racism, anti-white, anti-colored, anti-Indian racism, socialism, and their government has been kleptocratic.
And that's why their economics fell apart, because that's what socialism do. It topples your entire economy.
And ineptocratic. So on one hand, stealing, on the other hand, completely incompetent.
Hey, and shout out to my man Zoloff. He says, reminder, 1,339 days left of Trump's presidency, man. Hey, yo. We got a long way to go, everybody. We got a long way to go.
We've deindustrialized our country, and we are growing at 1% economic growth, and our population growth is 2%. What does that mean? We get poorer every year. The country is falling apart because of the ANC.
Yeah, I'm looking at some data here saying South Africa's GDP has stagnated, averaging 0.8% annually from 2012 to 2022. Again, 2008, 2009, Jacob Zuma gets in, compared to 4.8% the previous decade, 94 to 04. Unemployment reached 33.5% in 2024, with youth unemployment at 61%.
Highest in the world. Highest in the world.
How?
Damn.
By complete incompetence and malevolence, evil. They're pushing anti-white racism and socialism by the day. And let me give you the worst of it. We have a policy called Black Economic Empowerment, BEE. The reason Starlink isn't in South Africa yet is because the South African government said to Elon Musk, if you want to bring Starlink to South Africa, you've got to give 30% of your business to a black person, and we'll tell you who.
Huh?
I mean,
Who said this? Jacob Zuma?
Our government says it. It's a government policy.
What?
So
If
whatever
you have-
business you're running, I'm doing $100 million a year. I built this thing myself. I have to give it to a black person, 30% of it, and they pick and choose who it is.
If you have any dealing with the government, if you have any dealing with the South African
So if
government,
I have a government contract and I'm doing business with them, 30% of the ownership of the company needs to go to a black person that they choose.
or that you choose that's acceptable to them.
Or that you choose that is acceptable to them.
But in most cases,
I say
these
it's
people,
Rob. Rob is a black person in South Africa, let's just say. And you say, no, Rob is not good. Then I say Humberto, and Humberto's a black person. You say, yeah, we'll approve that one.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
and they don't have to put any money up.
Wow.
You effectively have to fund it. It is.
Is this a law?
It's a law.
It's
And-
like if he searches it, he'll find it.
Type in BEE or
I mean, no wonder your economics fall apart. There's no incentive to even invest in you guys. You're telling me if I move my business over there to South Africa, you want 30% of it? Bruh, that's like saying, oh, yeah, you want to do YouTube in South Africa? We're going to take like 30% of all your earnings. Oh, yeah, and you got to have like a clip maker that's from here. It's like, no. I don't know anybody who would want to put their business or like their livelihood out there like that. Nah, especially Elon Musk. You want to take 30% of this man's company just to do business in South Africa? Yeah, that's a kiss my ass moment.
broad-based black economic empowerment, BBBEE. Have a look, South Africa. And it's getting worse. They're trying to institute a law. If any private company of 50 or more employees has to have BEE, whether you work with the government or not. So like a real estate agent. This is currently on the table. But I'll give you one worse law than this.
What's that?
You ready for these 3 words?
I do.
Tell me what this means to you. And it's been signed in January. Expropriation without compensation.
Unpack.
Would you invest in this country that says we can expropriate not just your land, not just your mines, the watch of your arm and your house, without compensation, if it's in the public interest?
What's the incentive for me?
Well, you'll never invest in South Africa with a law.
No,
like
why
that.
would I do that?
You wouldn't. Why would I invest any more in South Africa? I won't. Foreign direct investment has dried up.
Of course it dried up. There's no incentive. It's like, what? You're pretty much saying, like, and then here's the thing. Y'all not even that appetizing of an economy to even be pulling that shit. Like, I could see America trying to do something as wild as that. And trust me, that wouldn't even work for us. And we have the best market in the world. So for you guys to sit there and try that shit is, I mean, it's amazing that I'm even hearing it.
And our government, our moronic ANC government, continues to institute. Donald Trump is angry with South Africa. I mean, it's amazing we've even made his priority list because he calls South Africa DEI as a country. It is racist and socialist and destructive, and everybody's suffering.
Now, let me ask you to stay on this because there's this. We can go in two
You're
different
getting me fired
directions.
up here.
No, I love this because I'm looking at foreign direct. Rob, can you pull up foreign direct investment in South Africa? History of foreign direct investment in South Africa. Year over year, I want to take a look at this. Foreign direct investment in South Africa, year over year.
Did you find BEE on there?
I'm going to go back to that as well. The one thing that I saw that in 2023, it was 96.5 billion. In 2022, it was 151 billion. So it dropped 50% in 1 year is what it is. What is foreign direct investment in South Africa in 2024? FDI South Africa 2024.
So, I need a Rob.
Yeah, Rob is very good at what he does.
Has he acted in Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings?
He is.
You should give him a double-headed axe. And
I mean, that is kind of DEI. That is, because if you think about it, it's like they pretty much want you to put a black guy as 30% owner in your company that didn't earn it. And then socialism, I mean, is all about not earning it. It's all about DEI, pretty much. Is everybody getting their everybody getting equal pay across the board and all that. So I guess. And
the white horse. I mean, that's how I see it.
I mean, yeah, damn near is like DEI if you want to go off the basis of not earning it and the fact that it got to be a black person so they can earn, so they can get that 30% of your business. That kind of is DEI.
Yeah.
Okay, so Q1 or something FDI for 24 billion, and Q2 was 16 billion. Q3, did they show you what it is in 2024? I'm looking at the same thing you're looking at right now. Be curious to know what the numbers.
Like, bro, that's like a black-owned business. I mean, black-owned business all the way through. Everybody on the board is black and a successful black business, and they want to go do, business in this white country. And the white country literally says, yeah, well, you need to put a white person on there, and they need to have 30% of y'all company. Bro, y'all will lose your goddamn mind. You'll be like, bro, oh, hell nah. Like, what? Ain't no way.
Emotional damage.
So I like y'all to be consistent.
So, okay. Sometimes I'm thinking about some flows of 7.5 billion rand, which is found in Q4, making a turnaround from $3.2 billion. Okay. Now, money's not coming in 2024.
And people are leaving.
Yeah.
And the economy's growing at half the rate that population growth is growing. We have one of the highest murder rates in the world. One of the highest rape rates in the world. And remember, most rapes aren't reported. So the reported rapes are one of the highest in the world. We have load shedding, which means you have intermittent electricity, sometimes 6 hours a day of no electricity. How do you run a
That's why they was complaining about, oh, yeah, we need technology, we need drones, we need America to step in and give us some infrastructure advice because they have no plan and it's all about power. It's not about stabilizing a country and helping its people. It is all about power.
A country on that. And it's because the ANC has broken and stolen all of our state-owned enterprises. They're destroying the country.
The ANC is. Okay, so Rob, can you type this in on Google? Type in B-BBEE South Africa 30%. Just type in 30%. There you go, percent. So if you zoom in a little bit, you're going to see what it says right there. In South Africa, broad-based Black economic empowerment framework, a 30% target is commonly used for Black ownership in specific sectors for certain compliance requirements. This target is particularly prominent in sectors like telecommunication, broadcast, and post. It also applies to large companies aiming. But does this mean the ownership target is the one I'm looking at? In many cases, the 30% target refers to Black equity ownership in a company. This means that at least 30% of the company's shares or equity must be held by Black individuals. The 30% target is often seen in sectors like telecommunication, broadcast. Okay, so they announced this. How many businesses had to give up 30%? Or is it just for startups?
No.
Well, I'd have left. I'd have been like, well, hold on. I got to do what? Hold on, you tell me I got to put somebody on my board that I don't approve of. They didn't earn it. They didn't prove themselves or nothing. And I'm just supposed to I don't know, take that to the chin? Yep, I'd have been just like that. Gone. You could not catch me fast enough. I'm sorry. That had been out of the question for me. Like, it had really been.
It's most of the big corporates.
They went to the big corporates and you got to give 30% of it to one Black person?
Or a group of Black people, or a SPV of Black people.
What did that cost people to, and this is Jacob Zuma?
Well, it actually began even earlier, and it was seen as an element of transformation of the economy. And all the corporates accepted it at that time. Like, we've got to transform our economy. We've got to bring the broader Black population in. But all they did was benefit 1,000, 2,000 elites. What would have been smarter would have been to give 30% of your business to your employees and empower them. And that never happened. So we've got these Black billionaires, they're all listed if you want to hear their names, who, Cyril Ramaphosa is one of them, who were handed billions of dollars on day one to just participate in these businesses. Have a look at him, what he owns. Cyril, dreadful president.
Oh, you're right.
I just tapped in Black billionaires in South Africa. Patrice Motsepe.
And he's Cyril Ramaphosa's brother-in-law.
He is Cyril's brother-in-law.
And his mining company was our family mining company.
And they took it away or they bought it?
We sold it.
You sold it to him?
Yeah, and then in the mid-90s, we moved out of mining and industry.
And who is he? Is he somebody that's respected, Patrice Motsepe?
I like him. Yeah. To his credit, he was the first African to join the Giving Pledge. Buffett's, give away a third of your wealth when you die to charity. He was the first African to do it. To his credit, he's a nice, charming man, but he's Cyril's brother-in-law, and he's never stood up, like most South African corporates have never stood up against the ANC.
Let's stay on Jacob Zuma a little bit.
Okay.
What is this story I hear about Jacob Zuma? Did he have an accusation of having AIDS and he raped someone?
Yeah.
And then
They're monsters.
He says, after I raped him, it was unprotected, but I showered, so I should be clean.
Yeah. There's a cartoonist.
Is this a joke or is this?
No, it's real. There's a cartoonist in South Africa did cartoons of Jacob Zuma with a shower head coming out of his head. These are the people running our country.
This guy right here, this one?
This guy, yeah, there we go.
So he raped someone, and then he says, don't worry, she didn't, so he's got AIDS, he's got HIV.
Who knows? I mean, he seems pretty fit.
No, but what is the story about him having HIV? Is there truth to it or no?
That I don't know.
Damn. So he raped a girl and said, don't worry, I took a shower after, so I'm Gucci. It's all good, guys. What you mean? As long as you grape and take a shower after, it's all good. I ain't never heard that logic in my life. Not one time. But he's leading a country.
Can you zoom in and see what it says? So during the trial, Zuma admitted to having unprotected sex with his accuser, whom he knew to be, the accuser had HIV positive.
Correct.
But memorably claimed that he took a shower afterwards to reduce the risk of contracting HIV.
This is the level of intellect that we have running the country.
Okay, so pretty much we wanted to condone it. He said, oh yeah, I know I raped her, but it's not like I have HIV because I took a shower. Nick, bro, that medically that does not make sense. Okay. I'm not even going to touch on that one. That is quite crazy that a world leader literally made that comment. Like, bruh.
And all Bill Clinton did.
Well,
was this guy
smoke a
takes
cigar.
Bill Clinton to
I know. We've got lunatics running the asylum. But here's the interesting thing. Until Donald J. Trump became president, no one said a thing. Europe and the UK, pathetic, soft diplomacy. Soft diplomacy does not work with these people.
Softies.
And, you know, Obama and Biden, I mean, they'd never say boo to a black African president. But Donald Trump looks at it and says, this country's going down the plug. And if I can give a terrifying analogy, South Africa is Germany in the early 1930s.
Oh, shit. Okay.
The white minority are being boiled like frogs. There's an economic genocide taking place with black economic empowerment, with expropriation without compensation, with the destruction of the economy, the potential hasn't begun yet, disarming of the population.
Tell me more.
Donald J. Trump offered refugee status to white Afrikaner farmers, and then he expanded it, I think, in the last few days to mean any minorities in South Africa being persecuted. And the persecution is definitely in place economically, and it's beginning culturally.
I mean, shoot, bring their women over as well if that's what the argument is. I mean, if we're talking about old ladies out there getting great. Yeah, I mean, they can come on over too. I have no problem with that. I just hope the left ain't gonna lose their mind about a bunch of black women coming over here. They better not, or they really gonna look stupid. They look racist now, but they'll look even crazier if they reject them too.
Our government have flown over here to try and tell Donald Trump there is no genocide. Let me talk about farm murders in South Africa. Our commercial farming population is 30,000 farmers. The American commercial farming population is 3 million.
Mm-hmm.
It is 3 times more dangerous being a farmer in South Africa than a policeman.
How?
And twice as dangerous being a policeman than an average citizen. Farm attacks are not only attack and then 30 to 40% are murders, but it's torture of the most horrific kind and rapes.
Damn.
Not just white farmers, but mainly white farmers.
Okay.
And the South African government police has done nothing to protect these farmers. Cyril Ramaphosa claims the problem doesn't.
Okay, so what bro said, it is across the board. So that's facts that it is happening somewhat across the board, but it is mostly happening to white farmers. So that means you can pull up examples of black farmers, but they're most likely getting killed because they work with the white farmers and they kind of see them as betrayers. Most likely. It's pretty much like going after all, like imagine if, like, I don't know, they went after all the white people who helped the slaves earn the Underground Railroad. It's kind of like the same concept with that. It's like they're going after them because they feel like they're on the opposite side. So that means they're also going to attack black farmers as well. But mainly they're doing this to take farmland from the white farmers. That's why he's saying whites mostly. So I get it. But I mean, hey, at least they wasn't bullshitting us though, because I'd have been upset if they couldn't find out one black farmer example.
Doesn't exist. South Africa is a violent society. But how come so many farmers have been attacked, murdered, raped in South Africa? And if you extrapolate, if you take a pro rata number of South African farmers attacked and murdered and killed to the American population, over the last 20 years, 233,000 American farmers would have been murdered. And you don't think that's some form of genocide? It's horrific. So look at Germany in the 1930s. Look at what's happening in South Africa. No wonder so many people are leaving. No wonder Donald Trump has said they get refugee status.
Why do you think the reaction to the 58 refugee that was given, being white, why do you think the reaction has been the way that it's been with the media?
Because the left-wing media want to see brown faces from Sudan, escaping camps, ducking border guards. But the persecution is much the same. If you're a white South African, you're having 30 years of anti-white racist laws being put in place. What future do you have?
Damn.
South African businesses are now being told who they can hire and who they can't fire.
Damn.
I had a senior politician 3 days ago say, it is immoral that 98% of top executives are white. I went, no, it's not 98%. It's 62%. Because I had a Rob in the audience. I said, Google it. He went 62%. But they're already starting to say the racial breakdown of South Africa needs to equate to the corporate breakdown, to the everything else breakdown. 7% of the population are white. So we only have 7% of the corporates being white. It's racist. It's destructive. And our economy is falling apart.
7% of the population is white.
And it used to be 20.
When was it 20%?
In 1980s.
So in the 80s, it was 20%. So you've lost 2/3.
Well, firstly, the white population is not growing because 1 million people have left in the last 20 years. 1 million. The two richest people in Los Angeles are South African, number one and number two. Elon Musk, Patrick Soon-Chong owns the Lakers. There are, I think, $22 billionaires born in South Africa living in America and 35 internationally. And they're not living in South Africa. So there's been a mass exodus of people. And the black population is obviously having more babies than the white population. And of the 60 million population, I'd say about 8 million are illegal immigrants.
Where from?
Zambia, Zimbabwe, Congo, Malawi. 8 million of 60 million.
60 million.
Illegal. We have no borders anymore.
So how well is the economy doing where what is causing these other business owners that are still there to want to stay there?
A lot can't leave. So I was on a plane with flying over to DC yesterday with a South African, must have been 40 years old. And he said he'd left the country because he thought he'd sold his cosmetics business, but the deal never went through. So he's had to go back to South Africa, re-engage to try and keep building his business under terrible circumstances, or try and sell it, which he can't do because no one's buying anything. So a lot of South Africa.
You know, it's so crazy. People want to try to make well, what about the white settlers? You can't make this point because if this, look, South Africa could have been got this out the way. There was the majority of black people there. They could have been said, look, if these white people even try to do something here, we can get them up out of here. But no, they let these people stay there. They let them, go ahead and have their farmland. And now all of a sudden, it's wrong to be white. It's wrong to be white and own land. And they're just low-key attacking these people. This is not the same, guys. You guys trying to relate it to the whole white settler thing or colonization is honestly, it's really petty. It's honestly petty. And it's really a failed argument.
Africans can't leave. They're not wealthy enough. They don't have the opportunity. And they don't have another passport.
But the brain drain is happening. You're saying since 1980s, the white population went from 20 to 7%. 1 million have left. When I look at the current farms in South Africa, I saw numbers 62% are owned by the 7%.
Not true.
What's the percentage?
Okay, so these numbers have been thrown around by the left. Of the arable land in South Africa, if you take the total land area, it's higher than 50%. But the Western and Northern Cape is mostly desert. So you have massive land holdings. But if you look at arable land, 20% is owned by white farmers.
20% is owned by white farmers.
You have 7% of the population.
So the other 80% is owned by
non-whites.
Non-whites, whatever it could be.
Yeah,
right.
Mostly black farmers. But the government, when they bought the land,
they're trying to paint this picture of overly white privilege. Oh, this is white privilege, but it's not. This is not. And they're trying to frame it that way to pretty much try to make Trump seem racist about letting these white people over here.
Was transferred to the black owners. The government has not given most of them the title deeds. If that isn't communism in motion, subtle, evil, malevolent communism.
Give me your land. I'm going to.
Now, Gito, I'm going to have to attack your argument. Isn't getting them up out of there what's going on there now? No, bro. These people agreed to have these people here at first, and then they switched up on them. If that was going to be their belief from the get-go, then why didn't they just say that and be like, look, South Africa's about to be a country, want all the white people out of here. There you go. And they were a minority. I mean, they were the minority. White people were the minority. So they already had less people, less power than the black majority. So you trying to make that argument, it fails on its face, to be quite honest with you. It's like you're pretty much saying that, oh, well, it should be okay for them to victimize these white people. Why, bro? Why? Like, I really want to give me a good answer why it's okay for these people to victimize these white people out of the land that they've worked hard. They worked hard on. They provide for their community or the state. Why is it okay? And please try to circle around the fact that please tell me why, because I'm really gonna hit you with it's because they're white, huh?
Give it to this black family, but I hang on to it. I don't even give it to them. I let them live there, but I control it.
The government have the title deed.
Okay.
And nobody's raising that. Nobody's talking about it.
Nowadays, more than ever, the brand you wear reflects and represents who you are. So for us, if you wear a Future Looks Bright hat or a Valuetainment gear, you're telling the world, I'm optimistic. I'm excited about what's going to be happening, but you're...
The black tribes at when they got to the Cape, there were no black tribes, none in the Western Cape, all the way up to this place called the Fish River, 600 kilometers away. The black tribes had migrated down over 1,000 years from Eastern Africa into South Africa. So they're settlers too. If they call us settlers, they're settlers. And they met. And there was peace, working together and fighting, the usual story. Fast forward, the British then arrive in 1820, and then the late 1800s, gold is discovered. And everyone piles in. And then the British have their they have the Zulu Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Then we've been fighting all our career. Then they have the first Boer War, English Afrikaner, and then the second Boer War, English Afrikaner. And in 1910, South Africa, which was made up of a whole lot of different republics.
Fair argument. I'll give you that one. At least you ain't saying that it's okay because they're white. But hey, I can also see that as well. It's a switch up. It's a switch up. And like I said, if this is what they were going to be on, then why didn't they just, escape all this, escape the criticism, and just kick the white people out from the get-go? If this is what y'all wanted.
Publics and provinces.
But the problem is, if they did that, nobody would have wanted to invest in their country. So they know what they're doing. They know what they're doing, and they're still kind of shooting themselves in the foot doing this.
Was formed into this Union of South Africa. So South Africa as a country is only 114 years old. It's new. But it's big. It's twice the size of France. It's a very big country. And the Western Cape has nothing in common with KwaZulu-Natal, has nothing in common with the North, Mpumalanga. There are 26 different languages. The white tribe is made up of the Afrikaners of Dutch and German origin, but they really are white Africans. And the Anglos, like myself, are sort of more English heritage. So there are two different white tribes. Then there's the Coloreds, who are a mix of white and black, the Indians, Indian South Africans, and then the blacks. And the black population of South Africa, I think they're 20-something tribes, Zulu, Xhosa, Sotho, Venda, Swane, all in different areas.
God damn.
It's a patchwork of individual communities.
Huh.
And therein lies the solution. I'll get to it quickly. We have to decentralize. We have to create autonomous regions, autonomous areas based around culture and ethnicity, and take decision-making from the top and urgently push it down. That's my solution. We can speak to that later.
What is the...
So we then had the First World War,
yeah,
where South Africa fought with the British and Allies. Second World War, where we fought with America and the UK. My father was South African Air Force, the Second World War. He's 99 this year.
You were saying that. That's unbelievable.
And sharp as a tack. He'll be watching this. He'll be watching this and saying, "Well done, Robbie, didn't swear."
So let me.
And then we get to 1948.
Yeah.
And in 1948, the Afrikaner National Party gets elected. And from 1948 to 1960, they begin the process of apartheid. And what apartheid, the word stands for, is separateness. You translate it directly, apartheid, separateness.
Mm-hmm.
And the intention was
segregation,
to have people develop separately, so that the black South Africans would have their areas, the whites theirs. But, it did migrate into something that was patently unfair. More money was spent on white kids than black kids. The white people got the better areas. The black people had to carry passes. Apartheid became dysfunctional and evil in its latter stages.
Okay.
And in 1985, no one knows this, F.W. de Klerk and the Afrikaners in power decided internally apartheid was unsustainable. And between then and 1994, they put a process in place to remove apartheid. And yeah, he died. He was a Nobel Prize winner. And he worked with Mandela
Shout
to create
out.
a great constitution and a peaceful transition of power.
In your opinion today, Mandela, good guy or bad guy?
Good guy in a very bad party, because the ANC always had as its original tenant a national democratic revolution. They're all trained by the Russians. They all believe in socialism or communism. Mandela managed to sit on top of that and say, I see a better way forward. But the ANC always had its evil within it, which is manifesting now.
Is it almost like they were waiting for
South
Mandela to die and get out the way so they can do it the way they always wanted to do it?
Correct. People always go, where's the brain trust of the ANC? I said, well, there's not much brain and there is no trust. But there's this fundamental Soviet-trained philosophy that is manifesting itself. And it's a very slow burn. Like cultural Marxism in the West. You know, they took time. They captured our universities here. They captured the left. They captured CNN, MSNBC. They do it over time and slowly, but it's a policy. And it's showing its face now in South Africa, but Donald Trump has noticed.
Yeah. So, you know, when I'm looking at South Africa and you're going through the history and you're looking at all this stuff and you have different papers that come up. So you'll read this one paper that says, well, you know, South Africa's a great place for resources, natural resources. Go there, mine, make your money, great. But outside of that, for capitalism and commerce and building and ports and import and all that stuff, it's complicated. It's not built in the most best way.
In 1994, it was. We had some of the best ports, best airports, best railway system. We had more rail lines in South Africa than the rest of Africa put together. We were number 1 or number 2 gold producer in the world.
That's known.
We're now number 22nd.
Wow.
The ANC has chased away so much foreign direct investment. I don't know how you can be that stupid, but they are.
And I think that's a very good measure to see how the administration is doing to attract people in. Because right now, if we look at FDI with US, what do you notice? 1.4 trillion.
That was last week.
Then you got, yeah, exactly. 1 trillion. Then you got 600 billion from MBS from Saudi. You got Apple is saying $500 billion. So all this money, of course, Apple is here, but all these other countries are saying, I want to go and invest in the US. That is the biggest compliment to say, I want to do business here. The complete opposite is taking place in South Africa.
Everyone's pulling out. Shell just announced they're pulling out. Exxon's pulled out. And they find it's just too hard. South Africa's over-regulated. They've got racist laws. I don't know how anyone actually keeps doing business in South Africa.
I want to ask you about the president, but before I do so, I want to give you some fun facts that I pulled up. So 1, the only country in the world that has 3 capitals. Is that true? That's what I say. So Pretoria Executive, Cape Town Legislative, and then Bloemfontein Judicial.
Yeah.
Then it has 11 languages. You said it's 26, but it says it's got 11 languages. Okay.
Okay. I think it's more than, let's
Is
go.
it?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the languages. How many languages South Africa have? Can you pull it up? How many languages does South Africa? It says 12. Okay. So 12.
12 official.
12 official.
Lots more unofficial.
Oh, got it. And recognizes at least 35 in total.
God.
Got it.
Damn.
Okay.
So my 26 was kind of...
you're there. So maybe slang will be the 36.
Rob,
but
so we've got it, Rob.
Yeah.
Stop putting me under pressure.
So this is a crazy one. And I want you to speak on this one here. First, is it true that it's the first country to voluntarily dismantle nuclear weapons in the early 90s?
Yeah.
Why? And who agreed to that?
It was a discussion between the Afrikaner government and Mandela. You know, when in the 70s, when I was at school, Africa was turning hardcore. You know, colonies were leaving, but it was turning hardcore Soviet. You know, the Cubans and the Russians were in Angola. The threat was moving south. Rhodesia was the last bastion of kind of, you know, the old world, and they fought on their own for a long time. And then they went. And South Africa was left. And our government said, we're up against it. We need nuclear weapons. In 1972, there was a nuclear power plant built 40 minutes drive from Cape Town, Koeberg power plant. In 1972, still fully operational.
Till today?
Yeah. I drove past it last week. Fully operational. South Africa was the first country to do a heart transplant. I mean, South Africa's done, it has punched so far above its weight in history. If you look at the statesmen, the tech developments, the people it's produced.
The only country that's held a World Cup in cricket, rugby, and
He says, and shout out to my man Sean Herbert. He said, don't watch PBD. He has no ideas outside his bias. I mean, well, come on now. PBD done sat down with the best of the leftists and the best of the conservatives. So he does talk to people that is outside of his bias. Let's be real. Let's be real here, guys. But I do appreciate the support, Sean, man. Shout out to you. First time supporter. But we're going to listen to this story, though.
in soccer.
And we've held it in our country, but we haven't.
Well, or this man's perspective on what's going on in South Africa, more accurately said.
Held the cup.
No, not the cup.
Yeah.
Holding it in your country.
Yeah.
I mean, in those three sports, I mean, you pretty much get 90% of the world.
South Africa used to be a world leader in a whole lot of areas, and that's not the case anymore.
Okay. You don't put that on Mandela. You put it on Zuma.
I put it on Zuma and Ramaphosa.
Ramaphosa.
And the ANC itself.
Okay. So Ramaphosa was talking about Elon Musk the other day. I don't know if you've seen this clip or not. Have you seen it?
No.
Okay. Rob, can you pull up this clip? Here's Ramaswamy talking about.
Is it the Starlink one? Or?
This is the one right here. Go ahead and play this clip, Rob. Go for it.
Having to do with Starlink. So I know about it and have even, yes, I know about it.
Do you like Elon Musk?
Let me say to you, I have had Elon Musk is South African born American now.
And shout out to Sean Herbert coming again. He said him and Vinny are dipshits to anyone under 300K. Now, him and Vinny. Okay, now Vinny, I will give you that man could go off the hinge sometimes, but he gets passionate. But here's the thing. I mean, where is he wrong at? And I will tell you one thing that I disagree with PBD on, to be quite honest. I remember when he said that if you're not pro-Israel, you're pro-Iran. I disagreed on that. But where's your disagreements with this man? Well, and Vinny. I mean, you just can't say these guys are trash and they're dipshits without telling me, what they said to, make you think that about them. Like, enlighten me, please.
I have had
Put me on,
discussions
brother.
with
Put me
him
on.
and have said, Elon, you become so successful and you are investing in a variety of countries. I want you to come home and invest here. So he and I are going to have a further discussion about a variety of things. Whatever one may think about him, he is a hugely successful business person, and having had those discussions with him to advance the interests of South Africans. He runs widespread businesses. And in many ways, he's already invested in South Africa through his X online process, which used to be Twitter. So he's already present in our lives as South Africans. So I will be taking further discussions about
what's the likelihood
how
of that
we can
happening?
attract
Zero. Elon Musk and Donald J. Trump know that it is absolutely pointless investing in South Africa. All you're doing is rewarding the ANC for their socialist and racist policies. The three fundamental bases need to be, we will not do trade with you. We will not help you. In fact, we're going to punish you unless you repeal black economic empowerment laws, expropriation without compensation, and you withdraw the Iran-funded ICJ case against Israel. Iran funded the ANC to put that case against Israel.
Iran funded
the ANC. They sent money to the ANC, and part of that money allowed the ANC, on behalf of Iran, to file the ICJ genocide case against Israel.
And this is when, so the acronym IGCA refers to the International Court of Justice, South Africa against Israel, formally titled Application of the Convention of the Prevention and Punishment of Crime, Genocide, and Gaza. Here's a breakdown of the key aspects of it.
And you also got to remember, South Africa is a BRICS country. So it is funny how a BRICS country is coming to us, kind of bending the knee, kissing our ass, talking about, we'll do business. We'll go ahead and give you resources. You need resources, right? Yeah, we do. And we also need you to stop hurting the white people. Yes, that's exactly what we need. Your resources, but you can honestly start by leaving the white farmers alone.
Allegation: South Africa accuses Israel of committing genocide against Palestinians in Gaza, violating the 1948 Genocide Convention. The application points to actions like killing Palestinians, causing serious harm, deliberately creating conditions to destroy the group, and preventing worse.
Why would South Africa, of all the countries in the world, out of the blue, accuse Israel of genocide through ICJ?
Are they
Why?
the first one that did it?
They're the only ones that did it. And you know why they did it? Iran paid them to do it. Just type in Iran funding ICJ case. See,
yes, it says Iran did fund support
and
ANC,
the US government knows
African
it.
National Congress during the anti-apartheid struggle, particularly in the 80s. Although the support was relatively limited compared to other international backers like the Soviet Union, Cuba, and Scandinavian countries, but it did. After the 1977 Islamic Revolution, Iran began supporting liberation movements that opposed Western-backed regimes, of course, and the Yank fighting apartheid and white minority rule in South Africa fit this narrative. Interesting.
Do you know South Africa is one of the top 10 countries in the world that votes against America in all UN resolutions? South Africa pokes America in the eye. Allies with Russia, China, and Iran. Openly supports Hamas. Files a case against Israel through the ICJ. Creates racist and socialist laws at home to persecute white, Indian, and colored minorities. And for 20 years, the pathetic Europe and UK have said nothing, and America's never had a foreign policy in Africa until Donald J. Trump arrived in January this year. And he knows exactly what's going on, and he's had enough. He is not sending any more money to South Africa, and he's going to punish South Africa, hopefully individuals, not the country, for this anti-American and anti-Semitic and anti-white policies.
And how do you think he's going to react to it? Cyril, how do you think he's going to react to it?
He's a sock puppet. Okay.
Oh.
Cyril is a jellyfish with no spine.
Hey, shout out to my man G2 Planet, man. He sent in 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support, my man. Appreciate it.
He's charming.
Never disagree.
He comes across well.
I appreciate you.
And that's why he fools a lot of the big South African corporates. And I'm not going to name one of the big ones. He's taken in by Cyril. And he's, I think, flying to Washington today to be with Cyril, to meet Donald Trump. Cyril's intention is to explain to Donald Trump and the administration the reality of South Africa. But Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and the administration are no fools. They know exactly what's going on. So I am hoping Cyril Ramaphosa gets the Zelensky times 10 treatment. I'm hoping. But I think Marco Rubio is the one who's going to do it.
Why?
Because I think Donald Trump wants to keep his position open to see how it goes. But Marco Rubio is going to read the riot act to the delegation that's flown over. And so he should. America should say to South Africa, we are not going to help in any way. In fact, we're going to punish you unless you immediately do those 3 things that I mentioned. Remove EWC, expropriation without compensation. Repeal black empowerment laws, get rid of them. And American companies should refuse to obey them and withdraw the case from the ICJ. You do those 3 things, we can talk.
Until the likelihood of that happening. Because those are big asks.
But
I mean, the way they was kissing our ass, I don't know about that, man. I don't know. It might just be possible.
I mean, I think it's 50, 60%. If you go to Polymarket and ask.
And if they don't,
I think America should kick them back to say, leave, go home. And then, I'm putting myself at risk here, by the way. And then America should, and they've already done it. Ronnie Jackson, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, has already put a bill that's going to Congress about punishing individual South Africans using Magnitsky, SDN. Just do Ronnie Jackson here. No, there he is. And Ronnie Jackson, South African bill. Oh, sorry.
Rob, can you tap in Ronnie Jackson, South African bill?
Hmm.
There we go. There we go.
This was a month ago. South Africa has brazenly abandoned its relationship with the United States to align with China, Russia, Iran, and terrorist organizations, a betrayal that demands serious consequences. The legislation ensures we conduct a comprehensive review of the supposed ally while also holding accountable any corrupt officials. The era of governments undermining American interests without repercussions ends now. Interesting. Okay.
So that's moving forward.
Yeah.
So Ramaphosa knows this is underway. He's on the list. He needs to kiss the ring. He needs to give up on these racist and socialist policies and start to put South Africa first and not the ANC.
Who does he fear more, Trump or Zuma?
That's a very, very good question. That's a very good question. In May 2024, the first election in 30 years, the ANC got less than 50%. They've been ruling with impunity since then.
Who?
They got 41%. They collapsed to 41%. They and the Democratic Alliance, which is the center party, the capitalist, free market, pro-West party, formed a government and national unity, GNU. But then they added a whole lot of other smaller parties. And that's our current government. Under the guise of the GNU, the ANC is still pushing forward its racist and socialist policies. So your question has hit the nail on the head. How do we take this forward without punishing South Africa, but by only punishing the people who are responsible for the 30 years of destruction? That's the key. This is a real finesse by America.
Yeah. So this is the challenge I see. Last night I'm watching Godfather 2. And
how many times?
I can't even tell you. It's not on
Me
repeat.
too.
So I'm watching Godfather 2. You know what scene it is where Vito Corleone, his dad gets killed by the boss in Italy. Then Vito finds out who the son is, oldest son, kills the son. Then the mom decides to plea and go plead to him and go and say, please don't kill my youngest son. And she says, he's not that smart. He's not that this. Let him work for you. He won't do anything. Please forgive him. Let him live his life. All this stuff. He's thinking about it for a couple minutes. And he says, nope, I can't do that. Then she takes a knife out to try to kill him. And then they shoot her. She dies right in front of Vito Corleone. Vito runs off. And they try to go get him with a shotgun. They don't. Eventually he comes to the States and obviously he becomes the Godfather. He becomes Vito Corleone in the movie Godfather, right? And can you get vengeance out of him?
Wait, hold on now. Let's go ahead and go right over to this Piers Morgan debate on, of course, well, Israel and Hamas. All right, guys, this is going to get a bit controversial.
A sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations.
The list of people who are responsible, Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it.
I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming.
Many can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas side.
Let's not play this credential. You don't actually give a shit about the people of Yemen and Sudan. Show me how many things you've written about Yemen and Sudan versus what I've written.
I actually don't give a shit about you.
Oh, control yourself, John.
The bombardment is wholly disproportionate. The civilian death toll and suffering is intolerable. The denial of aid is unacceptable. These are not the words of democratic leaders about Putin's war on Ukraine, but those of the UK, France, and Canada about Israel's ongoing offensive in Gaza. President Trump now says it's time for Netanyahu to wrap it up. Israel is allowing some aid to trickle into Gaza after an 11-week blockade, but aid workers say it's a drop in the ocean. And the US president has acknowledged that a lot of people in Gaza are starving. Shamefully, Hamas still holds 58 hostages and is watching the total destruction of Gaza and its people because it doesn't want peace and it doesn't value human life. It's increasingly difficult to argue that the exact same statement doesn't apply to Netanyahu's Israeli government. Israel's war on Hamas was not a genocide, but genocide isn't something that happens with the push of a button. A justified war can end with atrocities that stain humanity, as many have through history. So who is going to stop this one before it does, if it hasn't already? Well, joining me now is Mehdi Hassan, the editor-in-chief and CEO of S.E.T, and retired Major John Spencer, chair of urban warfare studies at the Modern War Institute. Okay, let's get into this. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. Listen, you and I have talked about this war in Gaza for ever since it started, this phase of the 75-year conflict. And I have resisted going as far as you have done in your criticism of the Israeli government. I resist no more. I think we've reached common ground about what we view is happening and has been happening through this period of this blockade, which frankly is just starvation of the people there, including so many innocent young women and children. And I think that the incessant bombing and killing, and we don't know how many civilians have been killed, but it is on a daily basis. It looks like hundreds of people every day with no...
I mean, when the fog clears, when the fog of war clears, I mean, trust me, true clarity will be gained. And you know what? It's probably going to be clarity that scars us forever. Because once the true numbers come out about Gaza, you know what? I'm going to make a wild prediction of around that 50 to 100K people would have died.
Apparent attempt, it seems.
And well, the reason why I said that, because at the beginning of the war, they said there was like 2.1 to 2 million people in Gaza, half the population being kids and or under 18. And now they're telling us that, well, 1.9 people. I'm like, whoa. What happened to the 2 million? And now we're at 1.9? Like, what happened there? What happened to 100,000 people?
Seems to me to have any real plan for how this ends or what happens when it ends, other than if you look at what Smodrich has been saying, probably the most right-wing member of a very right-wing government, he is talking in a genocidal language about kicking all the Palestinians out. So I think you and I have reached a place in the last few weeks where we are in agreement. But my question for you, Mehdi, is how does this end?
I don't know the answer to that question, Piers, and I'm glad we're in agreement. I wish we weren't. Actually, I wish I had been wrong and you were right. I wish that a year ago when I said on your show, you said, well, if it's not about the hostages, what's it about? And I said, it's about depopulating Gaza. It's about conquering Gaza. I wish I'd been wrong. But as you said, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister in the Israeli government, said this week, we are there to conquer, cleanse, and remain. Those are his words. We are disassembling Gaza, he said. We are leaving it as piles of rubble. He says, we're doing something that no one's done in the world before. He bragged out loud, and he said, yes, the Gazans will have to leave. So all of those things are stuff some of us were saying last year. I wish we hadn't been vindicated in this horrific way. The killing is ongoing. The starvation is ongoing. And look, I do hope that a dam is bursting. You mentioned the genocide word. Shmuel Lederman, who is an Israeli researcher of genocide, spent much of 2024 saying it's not a genocide, it's not a genocide. He was interviewed by a Dutch newspaper last week. He said, I've changed my position. It is a genocide. He said, in my field, there's a consensus among genocide scholars that it's a genocide. In fact, that Dutch newspaper interviewed 7 leading scholars of genocide. Every single one said, we think what's happening in Gaza is a genocide. In fact, this week, Piers, you have an Israeli former general, Yair Golan, saying a sane country does not attack civilians, does not kill babies as a hobby, and does not expel civilian populations. That is Yair Golan, the former deputy chief of the Israeli military, prominent Israeli politician. He was a hero on October the 7th, fought Hamas himself on October the 7th. This is what he said this week.
Okay, John Spencer, you've been kind of pulling a lot of faces there. You obviously don't agree. But you know, given that so many allies of Israel are now raising massive alarm bells about what is happening, you can't be comfortable, surely, with what is going on in Gaza, are you?
Absolutely not. I think it's horrible. I think there are people suffering. I just am not misinformed on who is the cause of that suffering, that it isn't Israel, that war isn't a crime. War should be avoided at all costs, and Israel did that. And this war didn't start 75 years ago. This war started on October 7th when Hamas invaded Israel and tried to destroy and actually did genocidal acts. I agree that there's a lot of suffering happening in Gaza, and it's the list of people who are responsible. Israel's not on it in my list. Hamas is on it. And I actually have solutions. You asked Mehdi for a solution. I have solutions based on the history of war. Number one solution is to encourage Egypt to open the gate that they control and create a humanitarian zone. Let every woman, child, and elderly person out of Gaza, just like you and I have discussed in the past about Ukraine. 5 million women, children, elderly left Ukraine to escape Russia's evil and bombardments. That could be done today, and it's criminal that it hasn't happened today. Now, Mehdi uses experts, although I thought, credentialism and expert theory was a bad thing today. I've been on the ground, although I've heard that that's a bad thing as well. And what's missing here is, again, which is why I was.
You use it as your only argument to think about it. When everybody's pretty much saying what's going down in Gaza, and your only defense is, well, I've been on the ground. What side? Because Lord knows you ain't you're not on the Palestinian side, not over there in Gaza talking to Hamas or talking to the Palestinian people getting their side. No, you're getting the nice, sweet walkthrough of Israel. You're seeing the sunset and all that good stuff and a nice little spot they got there. And that's what you're seeing. And that's what you're reporting to the people. Is that you're not actually reporting what's going on inside of Gaza. You're not actually going in there to see what's going on in the rubble, see what's going on in the hospitals that are no longer there. Because, well, you guys rather just listen to what the Israelis tell you, take that trip to Israel and then go home and tell everybody that you know everything about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It ain't that crazy. Take a trip to Israel and all of a sudden you know everything there is to know about what's going on in Israel and, Gaza. You know everything.
Shaking my head is that you believe, based on statements of politicians that are not the actual government and the decision makers of the institution, that Israel is intentionally causing this harm. That's false as well. Point the finger at Hamas, as you've said in the past, Piers, and I'm sorry we've lost you. Maybe you and I can go to Gaza because it's not true.
Well, actually, it's interesting. I mean, look, just on that, John, look.
Because everybody keeps saying, well, maybe me and you can go to Gaza. I'm like, bro, no, they're not letting nobody in. There's been people trying to go into Gaza damn near since the beginning of this. Since 2 years, people have been trying to go into Gaza. And they have not let no news publication in there. Lord knows everybody's been trying to go in there, but they know what's going on. They're like, I'm not going to go in there when Israel's ruthlessly bombing it. And for these guys to go in there, Israel would have to at least declare some type of ceasefire so these reporters are protected. Because, I mean, look, you try to go in there and do some rogue reporting on your own and you're going to end up dead.
You haven't lost me. I still think Hamas is a terrorist organization which committed one of the worst terrorist crimes of the last century. And they should absolutely no longer have any power in that region. They should absolutely be dismantled as a political force and the rest of it. I just see no evidence that Israel's mission statement to eradicate Hamas has worked. In fact, conversely, more and more reports are coming out that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they're being replaced by 4 or 5 people who share that ideology. So the mission statement isn't working. And you say that Israel...
I mean, yeah, when Hamas is selling, oh, Israel is this and that, or just this great evil, and this is what Hamas is selling to, the Palestinian people. Now, the Palestinian people wouldn't believe that if Israel didn't, flat out carpet bomb, Gaza, and, take out some of their, family members, neighbors, and all that good stuff. Don't you think that's going to radicalize some of these people? Like, some of these people were most likely ignoring Hamas. They're going like, look, guy, like, come on, man, it ain't even that serious with them. But now that they done carpet bomb your friends and family, now you're looking at Hamas like, all right, bro, sign me up.
It's not intentionally killing innocent people, but it knows it is killing a lot of innocent people. So its argument is we're going after Hamas. They're embedded in civilian populations, but they are killing a lot of innocent civilians every single day. And not just killing them, they're now starving them, which will also lead to deaths, which is a deliberate, willful act of trying to kill people. Would you accept that?
It's a war crime.
No, not at all. No. I mean,
starving people?
You can have your own opinions based on your assessment. Yeah, absolutely not starving people. So you're talking about the last 2 months of trucks not going in because Hamas was diverting it. Although the 42 days prior to that, 25,000 trucks went into Gaza. There is absolutely people hungry in Gaza. But Israel is not intentionally starving civilians. Is it trying to starve Hamas combatants in this war that was started on October 7th? No, that the evidence doesn't show that. This is the damn lies of statistics and using certain organizations that are using trusted agents. Here's a good, for instance, recently, Mehdi put on a British doctor in southern Gaza on his show. Maybe you've had him on, and he's talking about how bad the hospitals are. He's sitting in the European hospital in southern Gaza, where they just killed Mohammed Sinwar, who was in a tunnel underneath the hospital. This double standard about Israel, this double standard.
So you bombed the hospital? and then you make sure these guys have nowhere to recover or anything. Maybe that's where you guys do a surgical strike, not bomb them, but maybe take troops on the ground, go under there and take them out. Without having to bomb a hospital, where people need to go. People need to receive their medicine. Maybe that wasn't the best idea, just to bomb the hospital. Maybe that might have deserved, I don't know, boots on the ground where you guys just go in there and take them out. I don't know. That was always an option. Always.
And about it, war is problematic, Piers, and here's why. Is we're going to validate the practice of taking hostages. We're going to validate the use of your own population as human shields, because that's what Hamas is doing. Now, innocent civilians, of course, innocent civilians have died because Hamas does things like not let them evacuate when they're told to evacuate, like actually holding children in their arms while they shoot at the IDF. And again, we can go, and Mehdi can probably go with Al Jazeera to the Hamas.
Fantastic. So usually, don't these soldiers usually wear some type of body camera or something, or some type of photographer? Shows the footage. Y'all need to start showing us this gruesome footage, because all we're seeing is Palestinians carrying around their kids' torsos and limbs. So all we're seeing is that. We're not really seeing this whole Hamas holding kids and all that. All we see is parents holding their disembodied kids. So please show me an example of Hamas holding a kid hostage while taking Israeli fire, because you guys been bombing these people. I haven't really heard too much about Israel stepping foot in buildings, or else you wouldn't have to bomb the building, because you'd be able to take Hamas out in these buildings while sparing the civilians in there.
Side and look for ourselves on what you
know, man. Let me be a general in the IDF, man. Look, bro, I'm gonna get the job done and spare lives at the same damn time.
You think the Israel is trying to do. I also have well, what did you want Israel to do on October 7th? And had the world not stopped and done things like don't go to Rafah where the hostages are, where Yahya Sinwar is.
All right, you told them to go to Rafah, and then you bombed it, and then you said, "Oh, that's where like one of the leaders were there." Then hit it with a surgical precision, put boots on the ground, and go take that guy out. I would have to ask them, like, okay, you killed one guy, but how many civilians though? You killed hundreds of civilians to take out one guy, and y'all call that a win? Crazy.
War would be over by now.
Okay, I'll bring Mehdi to respond. I mean, the one thing I would say is Israel's ongoing refusal to allow international journalists to operate freely in Gaza is a suppression of us uncovering the reality. You say come into Gaza.
That's
actually
not true.
Is
Fox News.
No. Israel
Trey Yanks,
Israel has
CNN.
barred almost every international journalist from getting anywhere near it. You know that, and I know that, and it's
I'll be there for my sixth time.
Well,
next
it's unprecedented for international journalists to be banned in this way from a war zone. It's unprecedented, and it does beg the question, John, why? Now, Mehdi, your response to what John has said there. And they all support your gut health, metabolism, and cellular renewal. The next time you put the kettle on, ask yourself.
I mean, I don't know how I can respond. So much gaslighting from the very beginning. John has been on the ground in Gaza, as an embed. I love it when John and Douglas Murray and these people say, oh, we've been on the ground in Gaza. Yeah, as guests of the Israeli military that's doing the killing, starving, and maiming. And you've come back and done exactly what they wanted to do. You've done their propaganda for them. Journalists have not been allowed freely into Gaza. That's why every major media organization on planet Earth has said to the Israeli government, you must allow journalists in. The Palestinian journalists who are there have been killed in record numbers. Of course, Piers, you're right. They want to hide what they're doing. That's why they're killing the journalists there and blocking the journalists from coming in. This idea that he's been on the ground. Yeah, I did interview a doctor, a British plastic surgeon, Dr. Tom Patoka. And by the way, he wasn't in the European hospital because the hospital got bombed by Israel. So he was in another hospital. And he talked to me about how he has to treat patients who have maggots in their wounds. He has to treat patients without limbs. He has to treat children. I've interviewed multiple doctors on the ground in Gaza, actually
And I mean, they're not lying. I've seen the videos. These are the most gruesome videos I've ever seen. It's like, it does not make sense. And then people want to sit here and like act like Israel is just the victim in this. And I'm like, bro, like all you guys, and no offense, it's going to sound wild what I'm about to say, but all we have is October 7th. But it's been like October 7th every day since October 7th for Gaza. Y'all been bombing these guys every single day. Like, bro, y'all done October 17th these people 100 times over. Where is the excuse for that?
Gaza, not hanging around with Israeli military. And they've all said the same thing. American doctors, British doctors, Canadian doctors. They've all talked about how many kids they saw with sniper bullets to the head and chest. Israel does intentionally kill civilians. That's why Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant were indicted at the International Criminal Court for precisely those charges, for willful killing of Palestinians, for murder and persecution. That's why they've been indicted. That's why every human rights group in the world says war crimes are being committed. They've killed people holding white flags. We've seen it with our own eyes. They've bombed buildings without warning with families inside, like the Al-Dos family that I often cite in October 2023. They've dropped 2,000-pound bombs on refugee camps full of hundreds of people. They have killed 7 aid workers in a clearly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy. They've bombed World Food Program convoys, leading to Cindy McCain, the wife of the most pro-Israeli senator of my lifetime, to come out and condemn Israel for attacking aid workers. John wants you to ignore Cindy McCain and British and American doctors and human rights groups and your own lying eyes watching people with white flags being gunned down. He wants you to believe him and his Israeli military minders.
Okay, Mehdi, before we go back to John to respond to that, the question that he raised, I think I've asked you this before, but I'm still curious about, given the way this has all played out.
I mean, we can't even say this is a war. Like, here it is. War is like pretty much when you fight, and honestly, I would say this. Ukraine and Russia, that's war. These two are going back and forth, going back and forth. Even though Russia's winning the war, they're both going back and forth with the casualties. I mean, since this war started, I have not heard of a single Israeli casualty, and that's good for them. I'm happy about that, to be honest. But I'm hearing too much about Palestinian casualties and there being innocent civilians. And if you're trying to rationalize the bombing of innocent civilians, then I'm just wondering where your morality stands on this whole war thing, because this is not war anymore. Because like, where's the other side taking damage? Tell me, because if anything, Israel's the one dropping damage right from the jets. They've been bombing buildings left and right, and they don't even know how much Hamas they've taken out. But I could tell you, I'm almost 80% sure they've taken out more citizens than Hamas.
How should, and I saw Bassem Youssef being asked this on trigonometry last week, I think it was, and he struggled to answer. How should Israel have responded to a terrorist attack, which, just to remind viewers, over 1,200 people were murdered, nearly 7,000 more were wounded, over 250 people, including babies and Holocaust survivors, were kidnapped and taken hostage, and many of those have died. How should Israel have responded to the biggest attack on its people and its land since its existence?
So there's no easy answer to that question, Piers. And you might not like the answer I give you. Which,
I mean, honestly, I could kind of give you an answer to be quite easy with you. What they should have did was go in there and take their ass out. Go in there and take out the leaders on foot. Put martial law on Gaza. Make all the civilians go inside, and whoever outside go and catch the work. And then go in there on feet and take them out in whatever building that you can confirm that they're in there. If there's a low number of citizens and a high number of Hamas, take them out. I'm even telling you it's okay at a certain point, but the way y'all doing it is a bit too indiscriminate. So there's a good plan right there. Like, yeah, hit them with the martial law. You control their fucking infrastructure anyway. You can hit them on martial law. You got them in an open concentration camp. You could have hit them with that. Had a people go in, text them, keep them inside, and then when you hit the streets, who's ever stepping out shooting, that's Hamas, and you can take them out. Because if you took out 25,000 people, nobody would have been mad at you about that. Boy, you're out here indiscriminately bombing buildings and not knowing how much Hamas you've taken out. That's a problem.
Which is that Israel should have responded by abiding by international law, by sticking with the rules of armed conflict, by targeting only the people they believe carried out the crime. They should have used an international coalition of countries that was fully behind them. The majority of the world was behind Israel after the tragedy of October the 7th. And by the way, I have a long...
everybody was behind y'all until y'all just laid waste to Gaza. Like, I was with y'all. I was like, well, look, this is what happens during, like, I guess, decades of conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians. I understood that, but what Hamas did was absolutely insane. But to go back and just lay waste to everything, and you're on the premise that you're going after Hamas while bombing citizens, not knowing that you're creating more Hamas, but on the logic that you're just trying to take out Hamas, you might as well just be honest and say, hey, yo, we just want to take out all Palestinians. I mean, just say what it is and stop acting like y'all not genocidal right now, because this is what it's turning into.
longer memory than maybe some people in this country. After 9/11, I got asked the same question. Well, what should we do if we don't bomb Afghanistan? What should we do if we don't go after bin Laden, etc.? How did that work out? 23 years later, your pal Donald Trump here is taking pictures with the former leader of Al-Qaeda, who's still on a globally designated terrorist wanted list, right? That's where we came. The war on terror was a complete failure. And some of us who saw that, and by the way, Joe Biden even said this in one of his more coherent moments. He said Israel should learn from our lessons. Israel did not learn from the US lessons. And actually, even if you forget about all the innocent Palestinians they killed, even if you don't give a shit about the people of Gaza, even if you only care about the people of Israel, Israel's not any safer today. Israel is not winning this war. John said on Times Radio a year ago, I went back and checked, March of last year, John said, we're very close to winning. Israel's close to victory. Over a year later, they're not close to victory. They're just starving children and denying baby formula. And the former Israeli general who ran the Gaza division said a few months ago, Hamas is winning this war. So they've not made themselves any more secure. I don't have some perfect solution for what they should have done on October 7th, but I do think they shouldn't have killed 50 to 100,000 people, and they should have made themselves less secure. And by the way, the prime minister should have resigned because he's the one who let it happen on his watch.
Well, it can damn near be confirmed because, like I said, their numbers went from 2 million at the beginning to 1.9 something. So, like I said, what happened to 100K people? And I mean, is this acceptable? And we're talking about civilians, and there's only supposed to be 25,000 Hamas guys, only 25,000. So how the hell y'all kill 40,000, 50,000, and you still ain't take care of Hamas? If I'm gonna be real with you, if they'd have took out 50,000 and the Hamas would have been done for, gone, they just said, hey, we just had to deal with 25,000 casualties, I'd have took that to the chin. I'm not even gonna lie. I wouldn't have liked the sound of it, but I'd have been like, all right, well, you got to do what you got to do. At least you got rid of them. At least the other guys could live. But no, that's not what you did. You're still fighting them. 50 bodies past it.
I certainly agree with that. And I do think there'll be a day of reckoning for Netanyahu. The problem is...
50,000.
John, that Netanyahu is facing corruption charges in a trial, which may well lead to his imprisonment if he's convicted. So there's no motivation for him to bring this to an end anytime soon. And I listen, I agree with Mehdi. This was supposed to have been a war that Israel, with its massively superior military, could have ended quite quickly. My question for you, John, you're a military expert, is when you look at the way that Israel...
what's so weird about that argument where, you don't fight a war for truce, you fight a war to win. And I'm like, but every other war in history, we were looking for truce. It's you guys want to bring up this World War thing, but I'm like, after that, every other war was usually ended in a truce and in a peace agreement or a deal right after. So you guys using this World War II reference is is invalid. I mean, the past couple of wars stopped because of a ceasefire and a truce and a peace treaty. What are you guys talking about? No, there's very rarely in modern history where we just went to the last of the civilian, to the last of the Japanese. We didn't do that to them, or they wouldn't be here. So where in history did we ever just go to war with the premise on just extincting the entire people?
Israel went after Hezbollah with that extraordinary pager attack that was unleashed on 3,000 members of Hezbollah. You think if you've got the capability to do that through Mossad and your other agencies, there were only 25,000 Hamas terrorists, we believe, at the start of this war. Why could they not have deployed similar sophisticated technology in a way that did not involve the mass slaughter of so many civilians in a place where the population is 50% under 18?
Sure. I mean,
come on.
Not to say that experts are a good thing, but Mehdi has said he doesn't know much about military affairs, but he does talk about it a lot. So in your question, it's pretty easy to answer, is that it's a clear sign that Israel did disengage from.
Bro, you guys have the Mossad, the freaking Mossad. You have one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. You guys, you guys are able to pinpoint where Hamas is. You guys would have been able to do that. You were able to pull off the pagers with the Hezbollah. You guys can definitely find out where the Hamas cells are in Palestine and attack them on foot individually, shut down Gaza, martial law, everybody inside. If you outside, you catching it. And it'd have been as easy as that. Easy as that. And yes, they have one of the best intelligence agencies in the world. Shout out to the Mossad.
Gaza. And the human intelligence that was required to pull off the a historic pager operation against Hezbollah couldn't be replicated because Israel didn't have that level of intelligence in Gaza because it had disengaged and allowed Hamas.
But Israel got that level of intelligence in America and Iran and other Muslim countries. But you tell me they don't got that over a country that they have over-leering dominance on? Like, bro, cut the crap. Bro, I wasn't born yesterday, okay? It's like really
to build this, what is a military challenge no military has faced in the history of really any war. And the fact that Hezbollah did let the civilians get out of southern Lebanon as the war began against them is a telling marker of why people can't understand what's going on in Gaza. Now, you didn't ask me the question of what Israel should have done, because I actually teach urban warfare at this scale. I've actually studied the history of urban warfare from Stalingrad to Fallujah, Mosul, Mawar, you name it. And when I said those statements on Time Radio,
yeah, and I'm sorry, but the only type of government that's ever tried to fight a war to the extinction of the people have been communist regimes, my man. So they're not looking too good right now.
If the world would have allowed Israel to continue, 5 divisions going heavy against Hamas, moving civilians out of harm's way, we'd be in a different place. And this hypocrisy of the numbers, right? So there's 3 types of lies, damn lies, and statistics. There's been 85,000 children under the age of 5 who have died from starvation in Yemen since the Yemen civil war. I don't see protests and I don't see daily coverage on what's going on in Yemen, where there's 2 million people actually starving. So I actually know what is possible to achieve the goals that Israel said, and I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu myself. The goals haven't changed, and they are achievable. And if you don't achieve them, you're only going to continue the cycle of violence. And had the world not stopped Israel back when they said, don't go to Rafah, you can't use big bombs against people in tunnels. This is crazy on what we're setting the standard for.
Bro, if there was a way you could strike those tunnels without toppling buildings, bro, we'd have been all for it. But like, if there was a way to hit those tunnels without you taking out civilian lives, we'd have been all for it. But if you're going to tell me that, yeah, the only way to hit this tunnel is to take out these civilian lives, I'd have told you, like, all right, maybe we want to handle this on foot then. Let's handle this on foot, or let's go in there and try to get all the civilians to evacuate before we do this. Because like I said, we just don't want to start slaughtering innocent people and then talk about, oh, we're just trying to take out Hamas. Like, it sounds wild.
Or this Israeli standard for war, if it continues, any nation trying to defend itself after being an attempted actual genocide against its people won't be able to. So I'm saying that Israel has done more to protect civilians in war, even when Hamas, who uses human sacrifice, is trying to get civilians killed. And they say this isn't John Spencer's word. Israel's done more to protect civilians than any other military in any comparable situation against something that nobody has seen as this evil of Hamas.
But if you're right, John, why are so many of Israel's allies now turning on Israel? Why is the UK calling it morally unjustifiable? Why is the UK, France, and Canada combined to say they strongly oppose the expansion of Israel's military operations in Gaza? The level of human suffering is intolerable. They call for the release of the remaining hostages. Of course, they should be released, but they say this escalation by Israel is wholly disproportionate. Donald Trump didn't even visit Netanyahu when he went to the Middle East for the week, right? All these things are adding up to me to a collective view by Israel's allies that they are losing the support of the people they should normally most rely on. So, you're very confident everything they're doing is completely justified, but their own main allies are not.
Because it's unjustifiable. It's like you can sit there and try to hide behind the logic of they're hiding behind hospitals, children, and all that good stuff. But I'm like, okay, well, does that mean you just take down the entire hospital? Like, really think about how that sounds. Like, come on now. How, like, I'm be honest, you brutish does that sound? It's like, oh yeah, we got a couple Hamas members in this hospital. A couple, like how much? I don't know, like 5. Like, all right, well, how much civilians are in there? I don't know, like, all the patients, like 200-300. Fuck it, let's bomb the entire building. Like, does that sound like logical to you? Like, really? So, and this is what's going on. Like, you guys are going on the argument of, oh, well, why is Hamas hiding behind? Why are they hiding behind them then? I'm like, not really. You guys are just going there and bombing these people. and then axing later. Like, here's the thing. One, what's wrong with just going on foot and taking out Hamas on foot and going into these tunnels? Like, what is bombing civilians just to get to the tunnel going to do but paint a bad picture of Israel? And if Israel just don't give a damn, then I mean, okay, then okay, well, just admit that you just want to take out all Palestinians, because this is just not a good image. Like, there's nobody in the world but I mean, my pro-Israeli guys who are gonna sit here and just say, yeah, well, this is justifiable. No, it's not. You can't sit there and justify the whole premise of, oh, they're hiding behind this and that, and then say, well, we're trying to take out Hamas. I'm like, you guys are creating more Hamas. And then how much Hamas have you taken out from taking out this building? Because we could tell you from the footage, you've taken out hella civilians, you've taken out children, women. So we could tell you that for sure, but we can't tell you, and neither can Israel tell us how much Hamas has they taken out. And if they can't give us that number, that should speak volumes to a lot of you.
I think each ally should ask their own militaries and their experts within their country, like the UK. Why don't you ask Sir Andrew Roberts what the UK military would have done had that happened on UK soil? Because I can tell you what the United States would have done, and they would have also answered with overwhelming. You keep using disproportionate. Actually, that's not right. Proportionality against the value of the military target. And I view my survival of my country very proportional. And what we would have done in the United States had an evil organization crossed our border, killed, raped, beheaded, taken hostages, we would have responded immediately with overwhelming force, to include to ensure not one rocket came out of enemy territory until you made the enemy recognize that they aren't going to win and that they're going to lose. That's how you win a war.
Well, but hang on.
And this even leads more into you guys should have just went on foot, because if Israel would have went on foot, right? And if the people are reasonable and they go ahead and get up out the way, then boom, there you go. We can take out the real Hamas. But let's say that for the worst case scenario, they do get in the way. They could go ahead and film that, show us, and now we have nothing to say. It's like, well, what can you do? That these people are low-key co-signing with Hamas. Actually, there isn't a difference between Hamas and the Palestinians if they was to at least take that approach and show us. But they're not showing us anything. They're just bombing everything and then telling us the narrative later. Like, all right, well, we bombed this hospital, but I mean, there was Hamas in there. Like, but how much? How much did you, how much Hamas? Because was it worth this many countless patients, civilians, doctors, and nurses? Was it worth it? Because, I mean, at this point, I'm expecting like 2,000-3,000 Hamas members in these hospitals that are going down. And if you keep on going, maybe we'll reach that 25,000. But right now, I haven't heard a word about that 25,000 Hamas members. Not one. So, but we have heard reports of at least 40,000 being killed. So I'm asking them, how much of that was Hamas? Where's the progress in taking out Hamas? And I'll tell you where the progress is. It's non-existent, because they keep creating more members of Hamas every single day. And I would like you to put yourself in their shoes. You're in Palestine. You're watching your people get bombed. And let's say it was your house next. Somehow you survive. Thank God. But as you look around, mom in pieces, dad limping around with no arm or leg, brothers and sisters pretty much evaporated under the rubble or crushed up under the rubble. And this is what you see. And let's just say that, you know what, you thought Hamas was crazy. You thought these guys were too brutal on the Israelis. You wasn't even with them. But until that day, now you are. Now you see what they were talking about. And now you've been radicalized through, well, one, Hamas's message, and through the brutalness of the Israeli strikes. Like, try to put yourself in their shoes. Just like I could put myself in the Israeli shoes when they attacked them and they're like, hey, yo, yeah, we got to make sure this don't happen again. We have to go after Hamas. I felt that. But doing this is unreasonable.
Before I go to Mehdi, but before I go to Mehdi, hang on. Before you go, I go to Mehdi for a response. I mean, Mehdi articulated earlier the problem with that theory, which is after 9/11, which was the worst attack on American mainland since anyone could remember, that after that, they did launch a massive bombardment of Afghanistan. And where did that get America? In the end, it got America to a place where it left with its tail between its legs, with a load of people being killed on live television, horrific scenes, a betrayal of many people who had helped America during that war. And you cannot point to that and say there was any great victory. And this is the problem with what's going on in Gaza now.
Like, it didn't work for us. What makes you think it's going to work for y'all? Like, and we was facing a bigger threat than Israel. So it didn't even work for us. So what makes you think it's going to work for them? Because what did we do? I'm going to tell you what we did. We created more of the Taliban because we went there and just carpet bombed their shit. We destroyed some of their families. We destroyed some of their land and houses and all that good stuff. Displaced a whole lot of people. And they know it was America that did it. And they know the Taliban hates America. Now they do too. Where do you think they're about to enlist in?
Now, what does victory now look like? Because it's not going to lead to the removal of Hamas as an entity. And it looks like support for Hamas has grown, not deteriorated. So I don't understand what victory looks like other than what Smodrich has been saying, which is actually what it looks like is all the Palestinians gone. The Israel go in, clear them out, and they take over the land. Well, that, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not, John, is actually one of the definitions of a genocide, the expulsion of a people based on his ethnicity. Mehdi, your response?
I'll be honest, I did not know that. I'll be real with you. I thought genocide was just the indiscriminate killing of a selected people or a selected group. I did not know that include displacement. I thought that was just called forced migration.
So, yeah, a lot's been said there. Thank you for coming back to me. First of all, let me just deal with this credentials game that I know John and his friend Douglas Murray love to play these days about military, who knows more about this or that. John runs his mouth on a variety of topics. I've seen him talk about, in fact, just today, he's talked about war crimes, international law, who's breaking international law. Last time I checked, John is not a lawyer. The International Criminal Court has indicted Netanyahu and Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. The former Jewish president of the IC, of the tribunals for Yugoslavia and Rwanda, says Netanyahu should be indicted for war crimes and crimes against humanity. So let's just, we're going to play the expert game. John's not an expert on genocide. The actual genocide experts, the president of the International Association of Genocide Scholars.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know about this International Institution of Genocide Scholars is a bunch of bullshit to me. And I'll be honest with you because, well, back in the day, genocide did just mean the unaliving of a group of people. That's it. That was all. This council comes out of nowhere and just reshapes the definition. Go ahead and add, forced migration in there, which mean, displacement. So I ain't gonna lie, I kind of stand on bro with the whole, them being displaced is not really genocide, but them being indiscriminately killed, I mean, yeah, that's definitely a genocide.
Says Gaza is a genocide. The leading Israeli scholars of the Holocaust, Omar Bartov Brown.
Think about it. Regardless of they're Hamas or not, they're catching the heat.
Amos Goldberg at Hebrew University say Gaza is a genocide. John's not an expert on targeting terrorists. The guy who led the attack on ISIS, the American Master Sergeant Wes Bryant, has said John doesn't know what he's talking about. So let's not play this credentials game because John will lose, just like Douglas did on the Rogan show. Let's talk about substance. John said a year ago,
bro, Dave Smith, he is literally like, I ain't gonna lie, he's like the freaking antichrist to these pro-Israelis. Like, bro. Y'all can't beat his arguments. Y'all can't even beat mines. And low-key, once you low-key test out Dave Smith's arguments, no Israeli guy can honestly, there's no defense. There's no defense to what this man is saying. And that's the problem. We got all the pro-Israel guys coming after Dave Smith, but they ain't got no defense. If anything, they just go straight to the ad hominem and just prove this man even more right. Like what Douglas Murray did on Joe Rogan, killed his career damn near. Like, bro, he really made us no longer trust the experts because he made them look like a bunch of pompous assholes.
Close to winning. He talked about not being allowed into Rafah. Rafah has been destroyed. Have you looked at any pictures recently? It's flattened. You don't need to go there with the IDF to see that they flattened Rafah. They flattened most of Gaza, and they still have not won, quote unquote. It's absurd to say that Israel was held back. Is this the new stab in the back? This is the new bullshit defense. The former Israeli ambassador to the United States said recently, thank God Joe Biden was president while this was going on. He gave us everything we wanted. He never asked us to stop. He never asked for a ceasefire. America gave Israel everything it wanted, and they went ahead and decided to, you talk about killing Hamas commanders. They dropped two 2,000-pound bombs on October the 31st, 2023, on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing over 100 people to kill one guy, Ibrahim Biari, who wasn't even there, a Hamas commander. They killed over 100 people with two 2,000-pound bombs, which incinerate everyone within 100 square feet and damage everyone within 1,000 square feet. That is not targeted warfare. That is not proportionate. That is not legal. And we've seen that play out now over 20 months. And as you said at the start of the show, as I said, the dam is breaking. The Spanish prime minister has said Israel is a genocidal state. The Brits, the French, the Canadians that have backed everything Israel done. Britain continues to arm Israel, are saying this is intolerable. Donald Trump, as you've said, Piers, wants this done, wants this over, isn't a fan of Netanyahu. Not that I have any trust in Trump to do any of the right thing. And I think the reality is, look, everyone can see with their own eyes, there's no justification ever for starving people. Since March the 2nd, to not allow baby formula and diapers in, only a sociopath would support that. And John's very smart, he's very eloquent, he comes on here, talks with stats, cites law. Back in Israel, the Israeli politicians and the Israeli journalists are saying openly genocidal things. They are saying everyone in Gaza is our enemy. They are saying we're going to get rid of everyone from Gaza. They are saying Gazan babies are not innocent. That's what they say on Israeli television, if anyone bothers to watch.
Yeah, and actually, John, there was a piece in the Jewish news in the.
I mean, yeah, you follow the logic of that. They're pretty much saying, yeah, well, you know, we killed their parents, so you might as well kill them too because they'll just grow up to hate us. I mean, shit. Well, I wonder how they got there.
UK published yesterday, which was without a doubt the most critical piece I have read by a mainstream Jewish newspaper in this country ever. And it was very critical of the Israeli government and its strategy. So I think this idea that what they're doing, the government, has widespread support now from Israelis or Jewish people globally, I think is actually beginning to be proven wrong. I think there's a lot of uprisings now.
And all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and end it out on this one, man. We'll go ahead and end it out on a word from our sponsors, guys. So this is S.E.T from S.E.T Media, and I will catch you guys tomorrow. Make sure you double tap the screen. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that, let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI S.E.T, and use the code S.E.T. Yeah, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code, put it